Good morning. My name is Zanku Armenian, Chair of the Community Development Block Grant Committee. We have a special session today, June 21st, 2021. Can we have roll call, please?
Committee members Avedisian,
Present.
Gazarian,
Present.
Quinones Gabrielian,
Here, yes.
Vice Chair Garibian, and Chair Armenian.
Present.
The agenda for the June 21, 2021 special meeting of the CDBG Advisory Committee was posted on or before June 18, 2021 on the bulletin board outside City Hall. Item 2 minutes. At A is approval of the minutes of the February 26, 2021 CDBG Advisory Committee special meeting, and at B is approval of the minutes of the March 1st, 2021 CDBG Advisory Committee special meeting.
Great. Can we start with the February 26, 2021 minutes? Do any of the committee members have any changes or comments?
I move to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Quinones Gabrielian seconds.
Yes.
Committee members Avedisian,
Yes.
Gazarian,
Yes.
Quinones Gabrielian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Garibian,
Yes.
and Chair Armenian.
Yes. Great. For the March 1, 2021 minutes, do I have any comments or changes? Can I get a motion to approve, please?
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Can I get a second?
I second that.
Garibian seconds.
Thank you. Committee members Avedisian,
Yes.
Gazarian,
Yes.
Quinones Gabrielian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Garibian,
Yes.
and Chair Armenian.
Yes.
Item 3 is oral communications. We don't have any callers. Item 4, reports information only. At A, review of financial ratios for community agencies applying for fiscal year 2019-2020 CDBG CV3 CARES Act funding.
Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, if staff is requesting that we move 4A down to 5C. It is connected to 5C, and we will make the presentation then.
Okay.
That's fine.
Item 5, action items. At A, proposed Section 108 loan application to U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, in fiscal year 2021-2022, requesting $4 million for the Fremont Park renovation project. At 1 is a motion authorizing staff to begin working on a proposed Section 108 loan application to U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in fiscal year 2021-2022, requesting $4 million for the Fremont Park renovation project.
Good morning, Chair Armenian, members of the committee. Before you is a report requesting authorization to begin working on a proposed Section 108 loan application to HUD for fiscal year 21-22, requesting $4 million for the Fremont Park renovation project. So Fremont Park is approximately 7.9 acres in size, and it's nestled on Glenwood and Vineyard neighborhood south of Glen Oaks Boulevard and west of Pacific Avenue. It is a park that is used both passive and active, and it's one of the oldest parks in Glendale, and it hasn't been renovated in a very long time. Numerous heavily used amenities include 8 tennis courts, 8 children's play equipment, a wading pool, basketball half court, sand volleyball court, open fields, rose garden, and picnic areas. The project itself, in fiscal year 13-14, council appropriated funds to begin master planning for the park renovation. On December 8th of 2015, the master plan was approved after extensive community outreach process, and in July of 2016, council approved a professional services agreement for David Volt's Design to begin preparing the design and construction documents. The current status of the project, we have the LA County Department of Health and the city's building and safety approval, so the project is permit ready. We need to select a a contractor to be able to pull the permits and begin the project. So that's where the current status of the project is. The project scope, it includes renovation of the current features and a lot of new features. Some of the new features is a community building, which will be used as a tennis clubhouse, meeting rooms, a kitchenette, restrooms, and office that could also be rented out. We are proposing to add an artificial turf multipurpose field, a new splash pad, which will replace the wading pool, picnic pavilions, picnic tables and barbecues, a public art display area, benches, drinking fountains, 35 parking spaces, pickleball courts, drive path, walking path, tennis shade structure, and benches, and fitness equipment. Some of the renovated features will be the children's playground. We'll be replacing the playground, the lighting around the park, the irrigation. We'll be changing the half basketball court and increasing it to two half courts, so it would be, but I believe they're gonna be back to back, so it wouldn't be one full court. Planting, drought tolerant planting, restroom structure, we'll be renovating the current restroom, replacing the picnic tables and the natural grass turf, and relocating and reconstructing 4 of the tennis courts just to redo the layout. The modern train society building that is there currently will remain there. We will just be painting it. The project timeline, once it starts construction, it will take about 2 years to complete. Currently, the project budget, council had appropriated originally $13.6 million, and we have expended $1 million to date on all the phases up to this point. The current available budget is $12.5 million, and the total estimated project cost from construction on is $17.7 million. So there's a gap of $5.1 million, $5,150,000 to be exact. The staff is proposing to submit a Section 108 loan application to HUD in the amount of $4 million to help cover a portion of the gap. So from the $5 million, we're proposing to use, hopefully apply for and get approved for a Section 108 loan, which will help us pay for $4 million of the 5.1. And then we will also appropriate an additional $1.5 million in additional development impact fee funds. The Section 108 loan guarantee program, some of the council members are already familiar with it because we have applied for the loan in the past for Essentia and another project. And it provides CDBG entitlement communities with a source of low-cost, long-term financing for city and community capital improvement projects. It has the same guidelines as other CDBG projects where it does need to meet low and moderate, needs to benefit low and moderate income persons. It needs to, or aid in the elimination or prevention of slum and blight, or meet urgent need of the community. The city limits for applying for a Section 108 loan are $9.3 million. So HUD allows us to apply for up to 5 times the latest approved CDBG entitlement amount, minus any outstanding Section 108 loan commitments. And right now we don't have any because we just paid off, thanks to the committee, we just paid off the Essentia one in the last fiscal year. So although the city has the ability to apply for $9 million, we're only requesting to apply for the 4 to help us with this gap. So staff began researching whether this project would even meet the criteria to be able to apply for the loan. And based on our preliminary research, the area for where Fremont Park is located would meet the low mod income area requirements. So it does meet that HUD eligibility requirement. And so the recommendation today to you, and of course, if you approve, it would need to go to council as well as to apply for the $4 million, begin preparing the application to apply for the $4 million loan. And it would take us 10 years to pay it back. So staff is proposing that it would be a 10-year loan that would equate to $416,000 per year for the next 10 years from the year that it was approved to pay it back. And the portion for paying it back would essentially be replacing the pre-designated CIP entitlement that the council and commission have allocated as part of our plan for city projects. So we wouldn't be requesting to fund any other CIP city projects, and this loan would replace that portion that you annually set aside for a city park project. A report will be presented to City Council probably back later in August or September, and it will include public comments. So HUD does require a citizen, as part of the citizen participation plan, HUD does require us to have a public meeting to present this option to the community. So those public comments will be incorporated into a council report, which will go to council in either August or September. And once it is approved, staff will submit the application to HUD. It will require a substantial amendment to the action plan, so if it, or to the consolidated plan, I'm sorry, the 5-year consolidated plan. The other project that was funded with Section 108 loans in the past was the Edison Pacific project. So that project was funded for $1.8 million, while the Sensia project was funded for $2.5 million. And if, should the committee approve and should we be able to go to council and get the authorization to submit the application, we are looking at a 3 to 5 month period to get the loan approved. That concludes my presentation. Should you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Okay,
I have some questions, if I may.
go ahead, Mr. Avedisian.
The gap that between the 5,150,000 and the 4 million, what happens to that gap? Who is bringing that money in?
I'm sorry,
There is a
Committee
gap
Member
between.
Avedisian, between the 5.1 million and the 4 million, the
Yes.
1.5 million, we are proposing to allocate additional development impact fees. So development impact fees are limited to pay for only the new portion of a project, so we can't use development impact fees to renovate existing features in a project. So we've calculated that we have room to be able to allocate an additional 1.5 million to be in development impact fees to help close that gap.
I see, okay. I know on the Sensia portion of it that we paid off the loan, we paid a big chunk lump sum at one point to close the deal, the loan. Is there a possibility that we can pay off the loan on a shorter time frame instead of 10 years? If there are funds, of course, down the road, once we get the loan, or it's we're stuck with the 10 years and interest accumulating throughout?
Okay. Chair Armenian, Committee Member Avedisian, yes, you do have that option as a committee to pay it off sooner. That just takes away from funds that you would be able to RFP annually to community agencies. So the committee could decide to allocate more to pay off the loan sooner.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to bring back options, you know, should there be a request from the committee to consider that once we are approved for the loan.
And meanwhile, you're going to start the construction and waiting for the loan, or you're going to wait for the loan approval before you start construction?
Committee Member Avedisian, I believe we would have to wait. The project wouldn't be able to start construction until it's fully funded, but I could defer that question to Mr. Bulanikian if he's got a different answer.
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, we will wait until the loan is secured, then we'll start construction. We're currently going to be interviewing third-party construction management companies on
Mr. Bullock,
June.
can you speak up a little bit louder? I'm so sorry.
Sure. We will be interviewing third-party construction management companies during the first week of July. When we get that contract approved, then Public Works will go ahead and re-advertise the bids, construction bids, to bid out the project, which will take between probably 3 to 6 months.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other committee members have questions? Ms. Anita?
I do, and I thank you. You covered it, but I think it went by too fast, and so I don't know why I'm on there twice. You covered it, it went by too fast. You said we are going to amend the the existing 5-year plan. Before that, you also talked about other possibilities. In our long-term plan, or is 5-year plan the longest plan we have? Do we have any other visions out there of what this available pot of loan money, 9 million, et cetera, is also competing for? Or do we have other competing projects? I just want to know and have a bigger view. I want to definitely, I think, open park space, and this would be a great use of our funds, and looking forward to it. I just want to know what else is out there in the horizon.
Chair Armenian, Committee Member Quinones Gabrielian, right now, the 5-year plan is the longest plan that the CDBG, the longest number of years of plan that we have for CDBG. So we plan out 5 years at a time. As it relates specifically to Section 108 loan, we do not have plans for use of the 9 million. We as the city and the committee generally don't regularly apply for this loan and use it. So it's only been done twice, as far as I know, in its history, at least probably for like the last 20 years, maybe. So the city does not have a plan for the 9 million. So there is really no competition per se, but that doesn't mean that a plan can't be put in place should the committee and council wish to do so. So there is no other project that's competing for the funding right now. But the city does have a $9 million limit to be able to apply for the funds.
But just to be
So
clear.
we still have a little over 5 million left in case something else comes up.
Correct.
Okay.
Just keep in
Fine.
mind that the funds, the repayment of the funds comes from the annual allocations. So the larger your loan, the larger your payment payback, which means there would be less money to allocate to other community agencies throughout the years.
Yeah, you would pretty
Thank
much, you would pretty much eliminate any allocations if we went to the full 9. But right now, you're just proposing the 4 out of the 9 that's possible. Okay. Other,
A follow-up?
Yeah.
A follow-up? Are you saying the payback means that we are reducing our yearly allocation by almost 50% then? Or what percentage?
Chair Armenian, Committee Member Quinones Gabrielian, it's not really 50%, but depends on the year. So we get a little over $1 million for capital improvements that we allocate funds to, and I could defer to Maggie for the exact numbers. But we essentially are asking to use the portion that the city normally allocates to city capital improvement projects. So this wouldn't impact the portion that is always remaining to be allocated to community agencies. So right now, we were funding a city capital improvement project every year with CDBG funds. So we're asking to use the portion that you would normally allocate to a project to help pay back the loan.
yeah, and I think
Thank
my
you
point
for
is if we had gone to double the amount of the loan, that would pretty much eliminate what's left to the non-pre-designated amounts that we give out to organizations.
Right, Chair Armenian. If we do go for a larger loan, absolutely.
Yeah. So even though the city is capable of getting a loan for up to 9 million, it would dramatically reformulate the CDBG program the way we know it today because of the where the amounts need to be paid from.
Chair Armenian, committee members, I think historically from what we've seen, it seems like one of the projects historically was a city project, which was the Pacific Edison project, and then the other one was actually a community project, a community organization project, which was the Essencia housing project. So it seems like we're at 50-50 as far as historically how the city has determined to use that, the loan that we are entitled to.
Other committee members, do you have questions? Mr. Garibian.
Let me start with the city approved city capital improvement projects. besides Essentia last 2 or 3 years, do you guys have an approximate how much was those totaling to? If you have to just throw a number, if you guess it.
Committee member Arabian, I'm not sure I understood the question. Are you asking how much we paid back for Essentia?
No, besides Essentia, any other city capital improvement projects we paid for in the last 2 years?
Not in the, through the Section 108 loan?
No, just through the CDBG funds.
Regular
Did we have
allocation
any other
process.
city capital improvement projects besides Essentia in the last 2 years?
Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, Vice Chair Garibian, I can answer that for you. We allocate about 400,000, a little over 400,000 every year. The Essentia Section 108 loan was about 200 to 215,000. It was set up that way. It was a much smaller loan than the one that we're requesting today. So to answer your question, about 200 to 250 go to capital improvement projects for city designated projects, and the other 200 to 215,000 went to Section 108 loan payment, repayment for the Essentia Access Center.
Okay, so where I'm going with this, thank you, Maggie. So where I'm going with this, we have been paying about 400,000 a year anyway for last
Correct.
few years. We were so excited that Essentia was finished, but yet I guess we just, if we go through this, it'll just go back to the same 400,000. But if I'm not mistaken, earlier I was told in the presentation, if we do this, then we will not have any other city capital improvement projects approved anymore.
Chair Armenian, Committee Member Arabian, that is totally up to the committee. I think staff is recommending, because we would be asking to essentially commit for the next 10 years to pay off the loan, which is about 416,000 estimated. We would forego requesting funding for other city projects. That doesn't mean that the committee or council can't commit more should you wish to do so. We just, as staff, would not be requesting more since we would be requesting to pay this off.
But again, if we were to do that, it would cut into what we could give to other organizations. It would be at the expense of other organizations if we were
Right.
to designate more.
So back to numbers. So far, last few years, including Essentia, we have been paying about $400,000 with city capital improvement projects and a loan. Now Essentia is gone. By having this, pretty much replaces the same figures, except city capital improvement projects will not be included to keep the same dollar balance that we have been having for last few years. And if we do come up with any city capital improvement projects in future, it just adds to the 400,000 and move forward. Okay, that was my first question. My next question I have, I understand you said we can go up to 9 million, we can ask for other loans, but all those loans and all that stuff, it's additional payments. So next 10 years, we pretty much, if the CDBG funding from HUD doesn't go up, we're pretty much capping ourselves for what we have experienced last few years with the Essentia, and we're getting into the same hole. Am I correct? Pretty much, except for 10 years. How long did the Essentia took to pay off?
Committee Member Arabian, it was a 10-year loan for Essentia as well.
So yeah, we got very happy to do that. My last question, the Measure S funding budget, is that finalized for the $2 million?
Yes, the City Council did appropriate the $2 million in Measure S funds in this last fiscal year as part of the budget adoption process.
And earlier mentioned, if we do this and if we have another projects, other parks or anything else, getting another loan, even though we can, it's just gonna add it to the $400,000. And if we don't get more funding, that means more agencies will get less money.
Committee Member
And even
Arabian,
though
if we do, yes.
we already have much problems by not having Essentia's payment. Okay, these were my questions.
Great. Any other questions from committee members? Okay, if not, then I have a few. Most of my questions were asked by the other committee members, so I won't repeat those. I did want to kind of mix some questions with some comments based upon the conversations that we've just had. So again, to reiterate, I think if we were to designate more, or the city were to designate more, it would pretty much eliminate the ability to give any money to the agencies, because as it is, it's only a few $100,000. And if you look at what the 4 million is costing us, it's costing us about 400,000, generally speaking, right? So that would pretty much wipe out. If we were to do something else of that nature, of that amount, it would wipe out what we have available to give to other organizations. So that's the constraint it would put us in. However, in the past, we were paying back a loan and not really getting a whole lot of benefit because of this Essentia situation. In this particular case, there is a benefit to be accrued, which is, the park gets renovated in a substantial way, which is something that we've talked about, on this committee in the past, that the Fremont Park renovation is an important park to renovate for the community. So I just wanted to kind of differentiate between what we were doing in the past with pre-designated was paying off a loan due to a past situation, whereas this is, we're acquiring a loan in order to fund a project that is to benefit the community. So that's kind of where we would land. Hopefully, now if there were to be something more that needed to be pre-designated, then it would radically alter the way we're doing CDBG or have been doing CDBG, because we'd end up with no money left to allocate to organizations. So my question is, I'm assuming anything like that, any decision like that would come through this committee and go to council, obviously, if it were to go in that direction.
Yes, Chair Armenian, members of the committee, it will go to the CDBG Advisory Committee and then go to council.
Okay. My second question is, I saw with the dates, this project goes back a while. Why has it taken so long to come to this point in terms of getting to the point where we need the loan, et cetera?
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, as Ms. Alexanian had mentioned, we started the master plan in 2015. It took about a good 2 years for the construction documents to be finalized. And then COVID hit, funding, escalation costs, and basically the third-party construction management RFP. So all that together took a number of years.
Okay.
So
I'm just asking the
yeah.
question because I saw the year at which it started was, what was the year you said in your presentation?
13.
Yeah, 13, 14 was when council first approved this, right?
they approved a portion, I believe it was $1 million
Right.
to start the process. By the time we got a consultant on board, had multiple community meetings. I believe the master plan was approved December of 2015. We transferred the project over to Public Works. They worked on the construction documents for 2.5 years. And then we worked on a third-party construction management RFP. We submitted the RFP, or issued the RFP, and we're going to be conducting interviews on July 6th. Then COVID hit, so we did have a slight pause for a few months. We did go back to council October of 2019 as an update of the project, and they had asked us to start the RFP for the third-party construction management, and that's when COVID hit, basically, right after that.
Once the project starts, how long do you anticipate it will take?
24 months.
And how will the low mod income, how do you verify that for the purposes of the loan?
I'll defer that question to Ms. Kavarian.
Good morning, Chair Armenian, members of the Advisory Committee. We actually did a analysis. We worked with HUD and Section 8, Section 108 loan the division with HUD, and we did a specific analysis of the area, and there is an area benefit. As soon as they reviewed that and they let us know that it is qualified, we brought this report forward to you. So we really honestly don't have to provide anything except for the analysis that we had and we had submitted to them to even begin this pre-qualification
So there's
process.
no risk there in terms of them turning around, okay. Those are the only questions I have. My other questions were answered by the other committee members' questions and answers. So at this point, you're looking for a Yes, Mr.
The cost, the expenses that they estimated, how long is gonna take to finish the project?
Committee Member Lazarian, it will take about 2 years, 24 months from the start of construction.
Based on all these materials and everything is going up, the prices, is the budget that you guys put up, is it enough to cover all this construction, or based on last year, the prices of all the materials went up? Would you have completing the project with that amount of the money?
Chair, Armenian Committee Member Ghazarian, yes, we did adjust the project budget. So we took what we had from, I believe, a year ago and added escalation to it based on what our public works colleagues have seen with similar projects coming in. So we did increase the project budget, and of course, this is our best estimate. Once it goes out to bid, we will have more concrete, accurate numbers, but this is the best estimate that we're able to come up with right now for this project based on what we had previously been provided.
Yeah, my concern is if after the loan is done, we're not gonna have issue of short button money, another 2 million, whatever. So hopefully it gets done right.
Yes. Chair, Armenian members of the committee, I think if it does come in higher, the city would have to find funds from a different funding source because we would be capped out with a Section 108 loan at $4 million. Once we apply, we would essentially be committing to $4 million from CDBG. The city would need to find additional funds from a different funding source to be able to cover that gap, should that gap increase from 5.1 million once the construction goes out to bid.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Okay, and I have one last question. Is there a reason why, just like you have budgeted a certain amount of this from general fund, that the entire project is not funded from the general fund versus taking out a loan? Is there a reason the city council is approaching it that way?
Chair, Armenian members of the committee, it's basically the general fund CIP funds. There's not enough CIP funds throughout the city to fund $4 million. So we do have the 5.5 million in general funds, and we were asked to look at alternate funding sources. So that's how we tapped into DIF, Measure S, and now CDBG.
Got it. Okay, are there any further questions? Mr. Gharibian?
Can we, I don't know, just after, if the loan goes through and all that stuff, is there a way we can have a provision of not having any new city capital improvement projects coming up in future years until the loan is paid off?
Chair, Armenian members of the committee, I think as part of this presentation, staff is committing to not request additional funds for other city CIP projects. So as long as we're here, we could promise that we won't bring back a project as a proposal, but should the committee and council, like I said, in future years change their minds and want to commit more, that is up to the committee. But as far as I think the three of us are here, we could commit to not bringing back projects, and then it will be up to the people who are on the committee in the future, should we not be here, to remind them that when you approved this, it was on that provision. So if you'd like to put that into a motion, we're happy to take that to city council and also refer to it for future projects.
I don't mind putting that unless the hot funding increases, then accordingly we can adjust that, or we can have today's minutes just boarded up, framed, and hanged somewhere. So, but yeah, I don't mind putting it in as long as, you know, certain 20% increase in in HUD funding. Until then, we shouldn't have something like that, just to protect the other agencies, because times past, I might not be here, I'm not here forever. So, after me, at least we can have some protection.
Well, I hope it will be recorded in the minutes that this was an important assumption before we continued and took our vote. So,
Well, we can
Thank
certainly,
you.
we can certainly work it into the motion itself,
Yeah.
if the committee desires. Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Garibian, do you want to make a motion and include that?
Yes,
Caveat?
I'll motion to move the project for the staff to start the proposed section 108 loan application.
Did you want to include the caveat of not?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Chair Armenian, so I guess, and I'll maybe just repeat the motion. So the committee is authorizing for staff to begin working on a proposed Section 108 loan application in the amount of $4 million to be submitted to HUD for the Fremont Park renovation project, with the condition that should the loan be approved and funded, the city will not bring forth other city CIP projects to be funded with CDBG funds unless the funds are increased,
Unless the funds are
That is
increased or the loan is paid off.
or the loan is paid off, of course.
That is correct.
Can we add if there's,
I second the motion. Sorry.
Okay,
Go
let's have a
ahead.
discussion.
that's fine. No,
Okay.
I was thinking if we can add if there's additional program income. A couple years ago, we did have a agency give up to $120,000 back to CDBG, and we reprogrammed those funds to the Section 108 loan.
Correct.
And that essence you had. So I would also, up to the committee, if we can include additional program income to the motion.
To pay down
to pay down the
loan.
Section
Pay
108
down the
loan.
loan faster,
Yes.
basically.
Yes,
Absolutely.
That's a great idea.
Yes.
I will second that also.
thank you.
I'm so sorry. I missed a completely very important question out, which I think I know the answer, but I want it to be in public. Is this a fixed rate or an adjustable rate? And what is it based on?
Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, Vice Chair Garibian, it is a fixed rate of 4%, and that is what we've been told by HUD, the Section 108 Loan Division.
Excellent. Thank you. That's important, because if it's adjustable, could
No,
raise
it
those
is.
payments up.
Okay. Any other questions with the motion that was proposed, or do we need to repeat it one more time, or are we good?
We're good.
Okay, then let's go for a vote.
Committee members Avedisian,
Yes.
Kazarian,
Yes.
Quinones Gabrielian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Garibian,
Yes.
Chair Armenian.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Running late on the schedule.
Next agenda item, please.
Item 5B, funding recommendations to allocate $27,912 additional fiscal year 2021-2022 CDBG funds from U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, to public social services and capital improvement projects. At one is a motion to approve funding recommendations allocating $27,912 in additional fiscal year 2021-2022 CDBG funds to public social services in the amount of $4,186 and capital improvement projects in the amount of $23,726.
Good morning, Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee. We have prepared for you a short PowerPoint presentation to give you a bit of background on this additional $27,912 for fiscal year 2021-2022, funding that was allocated to the city of Glendale just recently. After the presentation, the committee will deliberate and make funding recommendations to currently approved programs and projects for fiscal year 2021-2022. So just to give you a bit of background for the CDBG funding recommendations. Back in February of February 25, HUD released the final CDBG allocation totaling $1.894 million. On February 26th and on March 1st, the CDBG Advisory Committee met and made funding recommendations. And we took those funding recommendations to the City Council and Housing Authority on April 27th of this year to be approved as the final annual action plan. But however, on May 13th, HUD issued a letter to the City of Glendale stating there was a miscalculation in this year's CDBG allocation. And instead of the 1.8, the City of Glendale's final HUD allocation was now going to be 1.921 million. So this means we have an additional $27,912 to program to this upcoming CDBG fiscal year. Just to give you a bit of background on the allocation, the addition of the public social services will go from $284,000 to $288,000. It's an additional $4,186 to program. For capital improvement, we had originally allocated $1.2 million to CIP projects, and now we're coming back and we have an additional $23,000 to program. Now, for program administration, there is a 20% that we could have taken from program administration, but staff chose to just leave it as is and program what would have gone to program administration into capital improvement for community projects. So again, the total is $27,912. So today, the CDBG Advisory Committee may choose to program the additional funds to one or more community agencies who had submitted a proposal for 2021-2022 during that RFP process. Now, staff has some suggested recommendations. Of course, the CDBG Advisory Committee can choose to program how they would prefer. For public social services, we have 14 currently approved programs. Now, if we were to break that $4,186 down, each agency could receive $299, and we would be able to program all of that in one shot. Now, for capital improvement projects, we are recommending that we fund one currently approved fiscal year 21-22 capital improvement project, and that would be the YMCA of Glendale first floor all-inclusive locker room project, the entire $23,726. And the reasoning that staff had for that was because the YMCA was the only agency of all the other agencies that was not fully funded on March 1st when you deliberated and made your recommendations. So just to give you a bit of a timeline, because it was a miscalculation error by HUD, they're only giving us a 3-day public comment period. It's a 30-day usual public comment period. And today's meeting could possibly be a public hearing. So if anyone wanted to call in or walk in, they could do so. We had advertised in the newspaper earlier last week stating that we would be having this meeting. And if the public wanted to make comments, they were invited to do so. CDBG Advisory Committee will deliberate and make recommendations today, of course. And then next week on June 29th, on Tuesday, the City Council and Housing Authority will approve those funding recommendations made by your committee today. And then we'd incorporate these recommendations into the annual action plan and we would submit to HUD. We have until August 16th to do so. That concludes my presentation. If you have questions before deliberating and making recommendations, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Great. Thank you, Maggie. Questions from committee members or comments?
Question?
Mr. Avedisian.
Do we know, well, you mentioned that YMCA was the only organization that we cut. I don't have the documents or the numbers with me.
It's in the binder.
Is it?
We could also pull up the
under,
CIP.
This is the,
Yep.
oh, sorry, okay. So the YMCA was the only one that we
That we
basically
cut.
didn't fully fund them on the CIP.
There are some we cut completely, I think, just to clarify.
Correct.
There are some we cut completely. There are some we funded completely. YMCA was the only one we funded, but
Partially.
not
Short
100%.
portion,
Yeah.
shorts, okay. Okay. I think I'll be okay with that because that's gonna make it somewhat different with the locker project. I think that would make it so much different. But the $4,000 is more concerning if we're gonna do $200, $299 of dividing it to all the organizations, the 14 organizations. I think that's a little bit time-consuming, waste of staff time and the paperwork documenting back and forth. I would really suggest that we probably fund one of the organizations that we cut most, and I think that we always cut them.
Can I ask just a clarifying question of staff? Mr. Avedisian made a statement that it would be more paperwork or more staff time if we did do that. Is that the case?
Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, committee member Avedisian, it actually would not be because the miscalculation came so soon after the approval on April 27th that we haven't even done the paperwork yet to move forward. So if your concern is that it's going to take up staff time, it will not take up staff time. We're just going to include that if the committee chooses to go the route of all 14 being funded, the $299, it's not going to make a difference in staff time.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
I would just like to comment.
One second, Ms. Quinones Gabriela, 1 second.
I apologize. My mic was not on. That's why you didn't hear me. But Chair Armenian, Committee Member Avedisian, just to clarify and also to make a point, Maggie's correct. Right now in this phase of the project, it doesn't. But generally, staff does say that it is time intensive. So Commissioner Avedisian, you are right that generally if this happens not in the beginning where we haven't issued the contracts, it would be a lot of staff time, and it is staff intensive to allocate a small portion to many agencies. So just to be sure Commissioner Avedisian is not wondering, well, in the past you've told us it is staff intensive. It is. It's just the timing of it for this portion.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Avedisian, further questions?
Well, I think that's fine.
Okay. Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Thank you. I remember our discussion about the YMCA and the locker renovation, what it means to so many aspects of that project. And I just want to say that I'm wholeheartedly in support of staff's recommendation to provide the entire amount to the YMCA project.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from other committee members? Mr. Garibian.
As Avedisian covered, if there's no extra cost to go through all that agencies for splitting it equally, even though it's not a big number, sure, I agree to that. So we don't have to go and pick 1 out of 14 for $4,000 extra funds. As far as YMCA, obviously, yes, I definitely agree. Everybody else got funded 100%, except completely the projects were left out. And YMCA is our only choice, so it's great. Yeah, I agree with that. We should move forward with this recommendation of the staff. I agree to that.
Do we need to make a motion on that individually, or we do it both together?
For which one?
On the proposals,
Yeah, well, we're not done with questions yet. Hold on. Any other questions? If not, I have mine. Mr. Ghazarian, do you have any questions?
No, I'm okay with it, with the staff recommendation.
Okay. I have one question. So I'm generally okay with the recommendation as well, although I have one alternative idea that I wanted to throw out there. We did cut Salvation Army because they actually volunteered to forego funding. If we were to allocate the entire $4,000 in social to Salvation, how would that work if that were a proposal?
Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, they are going to be scheduled for an interview today for our next, our CDBG CV3 CARES Act funding. I'm not sure if we could push this back to to ask them if that's something that they'd consider, but I know that they are requesting $50,000 for CARES Act funding. So to answer your question, they will be here this afternoon. I'm not sure if we can push this back for this afternoon and deliberate on this item then, after we interview them. That might be a suggestion.
So that would be the process we would
possibility,
follow?
yes.
Okay. And the question, and the reason to do that, if we were to go down, that road, would be to ask whether or not the 4,000, because there's paperwork involved for them, right? To receive the 4,000, is that enough to make it worth their while? Is that kind of the
Well,
logic?
Well, going back to Mr. Avedisian's concern about staff time, now it would be staff time because you would have two contracts,
Gotcha.
no amendments, but two contracts. And so they would have to have a complete contract and abide by a contract for only $4,186.
Okay. All right, that clarifies it for me, and I'll withdraw.
One question, actually, now that just brought me the question. Would it be possible to take this $4,000 and add it to this CARES Act package and decide that that $4,000 addition to goes to Salvation Army as a motion instead of doing it the 2021 what they've already approved, so it's not a redundant and duplicating work.
Committee member Avedisian, that is not going to be, we won't be able to do that, unfortunately, because it's a different funding source and it's a limited funding source. The CARES Act funding is very different from our annual entitlement funding.
All right,
Unfortunately, we
let's
can't.
It's two different contracts.
very
is what we're saying.
different.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll withdraw that proposal because I think we should just move forward. And I support the staff's recommendation on this as well. So is there a motion? Ms. Quinones Gabrielian?
I move approval of the additional 2022 CDBG funds from HUD to be allocated to the YMCA project in its totality.
We're voting
I'll
on,
second it.
we're voting on each capital and social separately, correct? Or is it one? Can it be one motion?
If it, committee, Chair Armenian, if the committee agrees on both, if there is consensus on both, it could be one. But if there's going to be discussion and one might approve one versus the other, then you'd have to take
Because
it
it
as.
seems like we all agree. Do you want to modify your motion, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian, to include both recommendations?
To include both recommendations, yes, in its totality at, what is it? What's the actual total funding?
$27,912.
$27,912.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I second.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Chair Armenian, because you only mentioned the YMCA, I want to make sure that's the CIP portion. For the social services portion, for the 4,186, the motion is to split that equally between all the currently funded agencies in fiscal year 21-22, correct?
At $299 each.
I'm going to withdraw my motion, and I would like to do it again, because it sounds like you're saying there are two separate, the capital improvement at $27,912, and then the social services amount
No,
at $4,100.
the total is 27,000 between CIP and the social services. About 4,000 of the 27,000 is social services. And so staff recommendation is to take that approximately 4,000, divide it evenly between all the current recipients, which would really equate to $299 per recipient on social services. And then the remainder amount, which is the majority of it, would be capital, and their staff recommendation is to allocate that to the YMCA project.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I do move, let me do this again. I move that we take and this is going to be a two-part motion on the capital improvement, that we allocate all $23,726 to the YMCA project and follow staff's recommendation as well on the public social services to provide the $4,186 to all of the services equally.
Who are
Current
currently
recipients.
funded. Who are currently funded.
Yeah, currently
Who are
funded.
currently funded.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Avedisian, do you second that?
I second.
Okay. Can we
Committee
get
members Avedisian,
vote?
Yes.
Kazarian,
Yes.
Quinones Gabrielian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Garibian,
Yes.
Chair Armenian.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Item 5C, reprogramming returned fiscal year 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant Round 3, CDBG CV3, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, funds in the amount of $1,083,000. At one is a motion to reprogram return fiscal year 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant Round 3, CDBG CV3, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, funds in the amount of $1,083,000 to public social services programs and recommend to City Council and Housing Authority to approve the funding recommendations incorporated into the fiscal year 2019-2020 CDBG ESG and Home Annual Action Plan substantial amendment and submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD.
Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, we had, staff had requested that we push item 4A down right before we get to our CDBG CV CARES Act reprogramming report. So if Iris can pull up the ratios report, we have a very short ratios report presentation. It's one that you've seen before from staff, and we can. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and get started with our CDBG ratio analysis report for the CARES Act. Just to give you an overview of the CDBG CV3 ratio calculation tool and how we proceeded to complete this. All new and returning agencies that were requesting CARES Act funding for CDBG CV3 were required to submit 2 years of financial statements and a ratio calculation tool. All agencies who had already submitted a fiscal year 2021-2022 proposal were not required to do this because they had already done so a few months ago, and we had already had their information. So we wanted to let the committee know the difference, who had actually submitted brand new financials and who we used from our February and March meeting. And again, our agency's public accounting firms calculated the 3 financial ratios for debt ratio, defensive interval, and reliance on source of income. These ratios are viewed as an additional evaluation tool, and ratio calculation questions were also included in the staff analysis, and they were included for our new and returning agencies because they had just submitted. Now, the worksheets and the instructions for these ratios were placed on the city's website. We also had a technical support meeting on May 21st, and we went over the ratio calculation tool for those new agencies or return agencies who weren't familiar with this new requirement that we've had for the past about 3 years now. And of course, we gave additional support to agencies that had questions, more one-on-one support for the ratios. So we're going to go ahead and get into it. The debt ratio is total liabilities over unrestricted net assets. Any ratio less than 1 is a good sign, and it indicates that the company has less debt than assets. We had 3 agencies that were out of range. The Armenian Cultural Foundation, their ratio is at 4.75 for financials for 2019. Glendale Youth Alliance, a little over 1.11 in 2020, and then the YWCA of Glendale's ratio is at 1.33, again, a little bit over the ratio, the range that we'd like to see. For defensive interval, it's how long the the organization can operate if total funding were to stop. And with this ratio, Glendale Youth Alliance is at 1 month and 1.69 months of functioning. And with YWCA, their ratio is at 2.65 months in 2019, but then it went up to 3.66 in 2020. So it looks healthier at this point. And then for reliance on source of income, this is their total revenue. You look at their total revenue, an agency's total revenue, and then you look at their largest funding source. What is their largest revenue source? And then the only agency that continues to have this out of range ratio is the Armenian Relief Society in all 3 years, 2018, 19, and 20. But again, this really is technically not true because the way they do their financials, they include all their grants and they lump sum it together. So it's technically, they're not really truly their largest funding source because it's coming from federal, local, and private grants that they receive. And it's not broken down. So again, looking ahead, importance of ratio calculations in the future years. Agencies turned in their most currently approved board financial statements for 2018 and 19, or up to 2020 fiscal year ending June 30th. And then the committee will, and this is something we're kind of reiterating, committee will have to review and consider agency financial health related to the impact of coronavirus well into 2021, 2022, and beyond. And that's really what we should be looking at in the future years. And in summary, these ratios are not an expressed opinion on financial health. They really shouldn't be evaluated on a standalone basis, and all they do is provide an additional evaluation tool for the committee to make funding decisions and recommendations. That concludes the ratio analysis presentation. If you have any questions.
I have a question. Can you go back to debt ratio? So there are 3 organizations that you have marked here in the analysis in red. Armenian Cultural Foundation, Glendale Youth Alliance, and YWCA. With Armenian Cultural Foundation, the numbers are the largest. Can you review that again so I understand what the ones that are marked in red mean?
So if they're marked in red, let me go ahead and review that with you. So Armenian Cultural Foundation for 2019 is at 4.75. A healthy range would be a 1.
So that means their debt is high.
It's high, yeah. And then for Glendale Youth Alliance, they're at 1.11. It's a little over what it should be, so they're a little out of range. And then with YMCA, it is, I'm sorry, YWCA, I apologize. With YWCA, it's at 1.33. Again, it's a little bit over the healthy range.
Right, so for the ACF, which is substantially higher, is there an explanation as to why?
We would have to ask the organization to let us know what that is.
Okay.
So it would be their financials and how they want to explain to us
Okay.
why.
Other questions from committee members on this
Quick question.
analysis?
Quick question on the same ratio, that ratio. Right now that it's the ACF, Armenian Cultural Foundation, is at 4.7. That means what is the risk or problems could be for the CDBG and the fundings that we allocate?
Well, we would, Chair Armenian members of the advisory committee, committee member Avedisian, it would be something that the committee should evaluate and ask the agency. We want to make sure that you are comfortable making these funding recommendations and to ensure that this agency stays afloat, and ask those questions of the agency to see where their liabilities are, their assets and whatnot. So it really is a question for them.
Okay, thank you.
Other committee member questions on this part, which is the, remember, we're doing, we're on 4A. That's what this presentation was, which was the review of financial ratios. Okay, doesn't seem like there's any other questions, so let's move on.
Okay, now we're moving on to item 5C, which was read into the record. Do you want me to read it out again?
Yes, please.
Okay. 5C, reprogramming, return fiscal year 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant Round 3, CDBG CV3, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act funds in the amount of $1,083,000. At one is a motion to reprogram return fiscal year 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant Round 3, CDBG CV3 Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, funds in the amount of $1,083,000 to public social services programs and recommend to City Council and Housing Authority to approve the funding recommendations incorporated into the fiscal year 2019-2020 CDBG ESG and Home Annual Action Plan Substantial Amendment and submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD.
We need the motion right now before we start the,
Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, I have a very short presentation on the interview protocols for today. We have our agencies available, and I know we're running a little late, so I'll go ahead and get into it real quickly,
great.
just so everyone's aware. Thank you. So just to let the committee know that this is CDBG CV3 CARES Act funding. We've had 3 rounds of funding that the federal government had issued to states and local governments. And for CDBG CV1, round 1, we received $1.175 million. In round 2, funding went straight to the states. The city didn't receive any funding. And this is now round 3 funding, which the city of Glendale received $1.6 million. In round 1, city council decided to fund 100% city-sponsored programs back in June of 2020. It was the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the Small Business Grant Program, which is actually in its final phase, and the Senior Nutrition and Services Program. And then for round 3, the City Council again decided to sponsor city-sponsored programs back in December of 2020. One of the programs was the Education Connection Program. They funded it at $950,000. Current status is the $475,000 is being returned back to the pot. And with medical point of dispensing, the MPOD vaccination clinic at $608,000, the entirety of that will be returned. And then for program administration, it's $57,818. So just to give you a very quick overview of return funding for EdCamp, the Community Services and Parks Department had a child care program. It was a free distance learning and after-school child care program from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. during pandemic when the kids were doing remote learning. Program had not really been operating at full capacity, and they were about at 65%, so therefore they're returning half their funding. For the MPODs, the vaccine clinic, we had proposed a COVID-19 vaccine operation at the Civic Auditorium in partnership with LA County. However, it was contingent on meeting the HUD national objective to serve low and moderate income households. Unfortunately, we were unable to gather that income documentation to meet the HUD requirements. Therefore, we had to give back the entire $608,000. So now we have $1.83 million to city and community agencies. On May 18th, the City Council approved an RFP issuance to community agencies. The following day, staff released the RFP to public social services programs. They are 100% to public social services programs due to a timeline. On May 28th, was the due date for the CDBG proposals to be turned in by the agencies. The RFP requirements for CDBG CV3, the CARES Act funds, have to, again, meet a HUD national objective, which is the annual allocation. But the most important part HUD kept telling us was they have to have a PPR tieback. It has to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus. So when you're doing your interviews today, again, we encourage you to ask that question: how do the services that the agencies are proposing prevent, prepare for, or respond to coronavirus? And then again, on June 29th, after today's deliberation and funding recommendations, the City Council and Housing Authority will approve the CDBG Advisory Committee's recommendations, and then again, we'll submit to HUD. And then let's discuss the interview schedule. So today we have 12 interviews which are scheduled. Agency presentation time is going to be 5 minutes, and a question and answer period will be 10 minutes. We are hoping to break for lunch at noon and then deliberate and make recommendations at 1 o'clock. We will need to adjourn the meeting today at 1:30, so there's a half hour of time, and hopefully, usually the committee is very good about catching up. And just to give you kind of an overview, the 1.83 is, we have $1.83 million in funding available. The agency requests for this funding is $1.273 million. So we have a difference about $191,000, not too much this time around. This concludes my presentation, and if you would like to start the interviews, please do so.
I have a question before we get
Sure,
started.
absolutely.
Can you give us a sense of what's the threshold when it comes to the PPR tieback? Like, what's the threshold, or is it completely a subjective call?
That's a very good question, Chair Armenian. The way HUD explained it to us is it's forward-looking and backwards-looking. Of course, the preparation and, what's the other P? Preparation and prevention. Of course, that's a given. But the response is really the forward-looking. What are they proposing to do in this coming year to respond to coronavirus and what will happen in the coming year? It's almost like a forecasting. So when you ask that question, think about how does that agency forecast how they're going to help in the response to coronavirus? It is subjective, but I think we can get there.
Okay, so it is, response would be potentially response to the effects that we've experienced.
Absolutely.
Repair prevention would be future mitigation, if you will, of the risks. Okay. Any other questions from our committee members before we get started? We are 30 minutes behind, just FYI, from where we needed to be in terms of starting the interviews. Okay, if not, then let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, the first agency is Armenian Bar Association with pro bono legal services in light of COVID-19.
Hello, committee members. My name is Bridget Malajalian, and I am co-chair of the Pro Bono Committee of the Armenian Bar Association. My involvement with the Armenian Bar Association honestly began when I first stepped into law school 6 years ago, and since then my loyalty has shown true. I'm a first-generation Armenian American, so I know that the disparity of legal justice is imperative and it's obvious. In the interest of time, I'm not going to speak about what the Armenian Bar currently does, which includes our pro bono clinic, educational platforms, collaborations with other organizations such as NLS and ARS, but more so I want to talk about what we plan to do in response to the pandemic. To neglect the legal implications caused by the pandemic would be a grave disservice to our community. It feels like a wave came and pushed us all underwater. We were all confused, helpless, not sure what to do, not sure how to proceed forward. There has been major changes to law, both currently and in the foreseeable future. So I want to talk about 5 areas of law that we intend to address that is obvious in our attention. So the first is housing rights, specifically landlord-tenants. So the rent moratorium is about to expire, and there will be immediate changes to landlord-tenant laws. A lot of tenants are going to be sued, and a lot of landlords are going to frivolously issue notices. We recognize this issue, and it's important to note that landlord-tenant issues were already a predominant issue in our clinic to begin with. It is important to educate both the landlord and the tenant, and to provide educational platforms in addition to one-on-one counseling, which we intend to do. Next is employment law. By virtue of the pandemic, there has been a lot of nuanced changes in our employment law. such as employee rights for elder care and child care, which are residual effects of the pandemic, including employers and how to develop the guidelines that are required to ensure that the employees come back to the office in a safe and orderly manner. And as mentioned before, we are prepared to provide one-on-one counseling in addition to educational platforms. As far as the PPP programs, there are tax implications and potential repayment. Again, we are prepared to provide a remedy to educate and communicate with the community. Next is criminal law. So criminal law is already impossible to navigate when you are in pro per. And one of the most notable services that we provide are expungements. And expungements are useful for reemployment, for housing, for governmental benefits, for everything you can imagine. Now, since COVID, the criminal courts have basically been closed since March of 2020. So an already impossible system to navigate is now even more difficult, especially with recent legislation that essentially terminates probation for certain crimes and eliminates records. Our clinic is enact and able to provide the remedy and be the guiding hand for pro per clients, as we have done in the past. Now, lastly is domestic violence, which domestic violence is an issue that is part of my day job as a family law attorney. Domestic violence rates have gone up. There is a correlation, whether it be an obvious correlation or a non-obvious correlation with the pandemic and the rise of domestic violence. We work with the Glendale Police Department, and we also work with the LA Bar Association. Our goal is to expand the Self-Help Center and provide more resources and collaboration to provide additional information to the public. It is important to note that every area of law that I mentioned are backed by top and efficient legal professionals in the Armenian community, in the Armenian Bar Association. These are not ideas, but rather real issues that we have addressed in the past. The only difference is that the pandemic heightened these issues. And the only difference with our organization is that we need money. We have tried our best, and we address all legal concerns and all patrons and whoever walks through our doors, but we need additional funding to be able to hire someone who can run the program, to be able to host the educational events, to be able to spread the news and spread the information. We have the manpower, we have the materials, we have the reputation, loyalty, and patrons, but we just need the money. Thank you.
Committee member questions?
I can start,
Mr. Avedisian?
if I may. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you.
As you may know and understand that basically all these funds, the CDBG that gives out to all the organizations that apply, these funds are not just for one or the other type of people, basically.
Yes.
All the community members has to be part of your services.
Yes.
If anyone applies, they have to, so the way that you presented, and I understood that it's just directly directed to the Armenian community, which is great, but then again, it has to be opened up. If you haven't had that planning or the scheduling that way, you need to consider that and make sure that is open to public, to everyone that walks in your door or makes a phone call to you. One. That's a suggestion. I would highly suggest that to make sure that would happen. And I think it's part of the RFPs and all the requirements with HUD, correct? The other thing that we have on the tenants' rights in the support, which is very well needed, I know, but the city of Glendale also has a partnership with tenants' right or generally legal rights community. I forgot the exact name. Housing rights. have you collaborated with them? Have you talked to them? Have you, or do you have any idea that they even exist? So that's one thing that in a collaboration with your program and moving forward, the funds that you need to help, they have some resources also, and they're partnering with the city, and the city, they have also some funds from the city that you may be able to piggyback with them or work with each other, the same thing. Same thing goes back to the, what was the other one? My brain stopped. The domestic violence, same situation. YWCA has a big domestic violence program, and they're getting funded or have got funding from us before, and they're doing a great job. So maybe that's somewhere that you need to maybe at least partner with them to refer back and forth with each other. I think that's something that we should do. Couple of questions from your proposal and all the response to your requests. One, how would you measure your outcomes? 'Cause I don't know if I read it or if I missed it. Your outcomes of any of the services that you give out. How will you measure it and show that services went where it needs to be done?
Thank you, committee members. So just to backtrack quickly, very quickly, I say Armenian Bar Association, but we don't just address the Armenian population. When we first started, it was a disparity in the Armenian population that caught our attention. But since our inception, if anything, we help individuals of different backgrounds, of every background but Armenian in reality. So I do want to make clear that our doors are open to everyone. We help everyone. We have the ability of speaking Armenian, but if need be, we have access to other translators for other languages. And just also to address the collaboration, we do collaborate with many other pro bono services. The thing we noticed, though, is, for example, with NLS, great organization, but the floodgates have opened, and they're not able to properly and efficiently and quickly address all of the people who walk through their doors. And the first things we did when we established our official clinic were to make the introductions and let them know, if you need help, we're here. We can take the overflow, we can help you with policies, we can do whatever you need for us to do. So that's also something that we've been doing. As far as measuring our success, we help an individual, we do an intake, and then we follow up with that individual. And in that way, we're able to kind of see what the issues are, if it's a success story, if it's a failure. But I think to answer your question, the key thing to do is documentation and taking account and following up with people is how we try to get those numbers.
Okay, one last question. How do you plan marketing your program? I read it in your report that you're saying TV stations and programs. I don't know if the general community, are you going to do a public TV programs, or how would you market your program?
Sure. So in the past, we've been with network stations that aren't necessarily accessible to everyone in the community, but we plan to utilize our connections and use TV spots for more advertisement, in addition to newspaper, in addition to, the modern society, YouTube, social media, but mostly word of mouth has got us where we were today. It was very difficult to get any sort of trust in this community, which was expected. But we tried and slowly and surely we're gaining the trust of the community, so we have that established. But as far as marketing moving forward, just the traditional TV, again, newspapers, social media platforms, is what we intend.
Okay. All right,
Is
thank you.
that 7,400 on your budget for outreach? Is that what that's allocated for?
So part of the money will be allocated to hiring someone, not necessarily an attorney, someone even in an admin capacity to oversee everything, because currently we're just, a plethora of volunteering attorneys who, whatever free moment we have, we dedicate to this cause. The remainder of the money, which we'll play with the numbers when we realistically, and if we are granted an amount, would be for outreach, for educational materials, for events, for all the other stuff, yes.
Okay. But my question is, the line item you have under outreach, that's how you would pay for the advertising that you just mentioned?
Yes, if when we were originally drafting the paperwork, yes.
And I just wanted to say, really appreciate all the work that the ABA does. I know you've been dealing with overall a lot of legal advice and services to those who can't afford it. But I wanted to ask whether or not you have experience. We've now been in this COVID situation for about a year and a half. Do you have any data that shows, for the issue areas that you're proposing to address, do you have any data to show, have you gotten any sort of requests coming in from those who have used your services that kind of provide some documentation around those issues?
Sure. So just from my firsthand knowledge, because I do help with running the actual clinic, we have had issues related to criminal law, which were the expungements, the loss of job and the need to obtain new employment due to the pandemic, but unable to do so because of a conviction that is expungible. In addition, we have a major influx of housing rights. So a lot of people are getting evicted. A lot of people who don't speak English, who don't know what to do, who don't know where to go. They heard from a friend about, our clinic and they call. So definitely, there's been a noticeable increase.
Thank you. Other committee members, do you have questions?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Thank you. And first of all, also my gratitude for the Armenian Bar Association and all of their pro bono work to serve our community. I'm interested in finding out if, and maybe it's a response from staff, if their response regarding weakness number 4, which is the agency did not provide how low and moderate income data, backup data. And so I know you said you do this intake, but how, can you just walk me through, how do you provide that? Because that is one of the key issues to serve low and moderate income communities.
So the best example is very similar to a fee waiver court form, which asks, do you receive governmental benefits? How many and this is all on our intake. Do you receive governmental benefits? How many individuals are in your household? What is your income? What do you claim on your taxes? So from there, we collect the information to then determine if the individual is low income and if we can provide our services. And if they are not, we refer them out to a firm or whoever else that can help them and charge what they see fit.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was regarding the online clinics and the programs that you air. What language do you provide those in?
Both Armenian and English. So far, we have not had any requests for any other language, but if we do, we are ready to address it in that language as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other committee members? Mr. Garibian.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm familiar with your guys' work. Last time I mentioned it too. It's a great job you guys are doing serving the community that is needed. Quick question, you guys have any internship as well?
We've been talking about it, and we work very closely with law schools to provide it. So far, we're just providing volunteering hours. To establish an internship or an externship for credit would be a little more legwork. Obviously, the pandemic kind of set us back a little bit, but we have intention of doing so moving forward.
Excellent. That was my only question. I'm familiar with the rest. Thank you so much.
Thank
Especially
you.
that presented last time, just a few months ago, even though we didn't fund you guys, but you did a great presentation. Thank you for coming back and keep fighting and not giving up. I appreciate
Thank you.
it.
We will keep coming back because we are very poor. Thank you.
Any other questions?
One quick backup question, if I may. I understand that you do not have a physical office space that you will be meeting clients or giving this program and these services. But then again, I notice on your proposal and your budget, you show a rental fee and then utilities fee that cost that you have on your budget. So how does that work? If you don't have a space, where are you putting the utilities? Where are you paying the utilities for?
So for years, we've had a space. We have the City of Glendale granted to us the Adult Recreation Center, but due to the pandemic, the doors were closed. We're just waiting to see the requirements to provide a safer environment to be able to go back. So in the interim, for a temporary period of time, we are virtual. Virtual meaning we conduct everything via telephone and if needs so from Zoom or other type of platform. But we do have a physical location, and once they say come back, we are running back inside.
Where?
At the Adult Recreation Center, right by
Okay,
the Glendale Library.
You pay rent to them?
I don't know the specifics. We do not pay rent, or we pay a very discounted amount, but it is very, very minimal.
I understand. I know, of course, the location where it is, but again, my only concern is that, as always, we always have a shortage in the funds.
Yes.
So I'm looking at your budget, and you're asking us to fund you, although I believe it's a small amount, it's not a huge amount, but still, you have in your budget the rents and the utilities you're showing on the Exhibit D. So I'm just wondering if you're asking for, or you have that in your outreach initiatives, okay.
I don't see it on the budget
But
form.
actually, yeah, now, I saw it on the exhibit, it shows it on the exhibit, but it's
Yeah.
not,
Chair
it's not on the
Armenian,
budget.
committee
I'm
member
sorry.
of
Correction.
Adician, sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify,
Yes.
they do not pay rent at the Adult Recreation Center. They do work out of our facility. So they do not pay rent or utilities at the Adult Recreation Center.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that on the budget form for the CARES public, so it's not, there's no utilities on here.
Correct. I stand, it was on the actual
Yeah.
reports spelled out, but not on the physical page.
Yeah, in terms of
Alright.
how they would use the CARES.
Thank
Act
you very
funds.
much.
Thank you.
Okay. If no other questions, I wanted to move us along. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation,
Thank you.
and thank you for coming back.
Thank you for having me.
Yep.
Have a nice
Thank you.
day.
Next agency, please.
Next agency is Armenian Cultural Foundation with the Supervised Remote Learning Pandemic Prevention and Management Educational Program.
Good morning, committee. My name is Jack Japarian from ACF, and as the lady mentioned, we have two plans, Plan A and Plan B, but according what's going on, the Plan A will not work since the schools are opening. It was basically educational, supervised educational, but now the schools are opening, and I personally don't think that will happen. The Plan B that we have, it's educational about the pandemic. To have 3 sessions weekly, twice weekday and 1 on weekend, to invite, to call our community members and educate them about the vaccination, to have few doctors to come, give them explanation, and we will follow up with our members what they need, why they are not having vaccination, and after that, if they need, we will provide them to make appointment, because many of them don't know how to make appointments. And with elderly, we are thinking to either call Uber or other agency or ourselves to take them to the vaccine sites and have them vaccinated if they want, obviously. And we contacted the fire department, and they have, when we contacted, they had the mobile service. They come and give them the vaccination at their place. So this is our program, actually. It's very simple, very basic, and
Questions? I'll start with one, but while people are thinking, other committee members are thinking about it, going back to the discussion we had previously about the analysis in terms of the finances and your debt ratio, which is showing at, for 2018 at a 5.73 and 2019 at a 4.75, which is substantially higher than any other organization. So is there an explanation as to why that debt ratio is so high?
Well, mostly I believe the debt ratio is high because of the buildings that, or the properties that we have debt on it, and every time we pay the debts, so the debt ratio will come down.
So I'm not understanding. It's because of your debts to the property,
Properties, yes.
properties, plural?
Property. I'm talking about Glendale, obviously. We have one property and we have debt out on it.
So there, what's the debt on that?
I personally don't know the exact debt, but it should be around 1 million, 1.1 million, I believe. But don't take my words for it. I have to look the papers.
Other questions?
Got a couple of questions. Again, first of all, welcome back, coming back. Just recently, a couple of months ago, your organization received a good chunk of funding for very similar program or exact program on the, especially on the remote learning or in person after school or during the day camp type of program. And that is running right now, correct?
That's just finished, right? I believe it's finished.
They just finished?
Yeah.
It's the same program?
The Plan A is the same program. Plan B, it's more for their parents to educate them about the vaccines, not the students themselves.
Okay. Well, from what I see from your package and what you have presented, to me, it's the question, if you have the existing program, it's running already, and you already got the funding for that program to cover throughout the timeline for the year. You're asking for additional funds for exactly the same program. You cannot duplicate or double up that same program.
No,
You can
I
only
think
run.
Mr. Avedisian, what he's saying is, when referring to Plan A versus Plan B, Plan A is the after-school, the school tutoring program. They're withdrawing that plan. They're talking about the coronavirus education, vaccination education is what they're proposing.
Completely, just, I
The
guess I
ongoing
didn't.
program, it's already done. We'll finish with it. So for coming year or the few months later, that the CV3 program that I'm talking about, we also have a plan for the education, but the schools are open. I don't think we will have the same student amounts. Therefore, we are thinking on the Plan B.
Okay. And the Plan B is?
The Plan B is to educate the parents or grandparents about having vaccines, since most of them, they are not vaccinated, and we will invite them, get some doctors, some nurses to talk and explain them in Armenian if necessary, and make appointment for them online, and if necessary, drive them to have the vaccine and bring them back. And after vaccination, we will have follow-up with them to see if they are doing well or not.
Okay, great. So if that is the case, and Plan A, Plan B, so the Plan B is the one that is going to be actually be working and training the families and parents and adults, basically. So I would assume that you should have, or you would have, probably they have and we don't have it, adjusted budget, a different budget for that. Because what we have requested 65,000, correct? And there is no adjusted budget
No,
on that,
there's a
correct?
separate budget form just on the coronavirus program at the end of that section in your binder that breaks down the 65,000.
I didn't see the separate.
It's at
It was still.
it's like third to last page.
It says Plan B on it.
Yeah.
One?
Let me, in the interest of time, Mr. Avedisian, you take a look at that. Ms. Quinones Gabrielian, why don't you go with your questions?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for being here and for your request. You did confuse us a little bit with Plan A and Plan B, but I think Plan B, which we pivoted to, is an extremely important program. It is,
That's what I'm
we are
asking.
here in the middle of
Jumping on me.
what we think is we are winners or victorious against the vaccine, the coronavirus. But in reality, there are still some folks that do not believe in the need. So I think what you're doing, bringing the education, bringing, the facilitation of these vaccines to those people that have pretty much put their heel in the sand and are not moving forward, is actually extremely important to the entire community. I do want to understand a little bit more your outreach. One of the issues here is very small. I think we can take away what is not eligible under HUD, the snacks and the soft drinks. But in your budget, you've got $18,000 for 3 different lecturers. And I just wanted to understand why that cost was so large. It seems to me like a really large cost. If you could explain the lecturers, and then the other thing is, are you partnering with, who are you partnering in the community to make sure you have your vaccination supply confirmed? And then also, how do you make sure that we're, again, serving low to moderate income public? And I'm actually at this point, I know that that's a definite requirement. But, well, that's it. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Well, to start with how our database, we have low income or low income community members. We will contact them first. Like we did in the schooling, we contacted the low-income families and we give our service to them. As for the lecturers, it won't be obviously one lecturer. We have 3 lectures per week, and doctors mostly, some nurses that we spoke with few of them, and they have to come, and it's 1 hour lecture. They will have after the lecture follow up if they got the vaccination, and we're paying their hourly rates. That's how we came to the numbers. And besides that, we need the people who prepare for the lecture to bring all these people together.
And is the actual vaccination, or you're saying you will?
The actual vaccination will be done in wherever the city providing it, like sometimes with carbon or wherever we can find, which at the moment it's much easier than before.
Right. So it's actually registering them and maybe facilitating their transportation or just a direction as to, where to go, et cetera.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, Mr.
Mr.
Garibia?
Chair, I like to go back to my question. I think I was, what I was reading and I was looking at, I think I was correct by questioning that their budget, what they have and what they've presented in our file, and there is no revision on it. There still shows remote learning and pandemic prevention and management education on their budget form. And with that, they had within their budget, they were showing the program coordinator, assistant program coordinator, pod supervisors, tutor, pod supervisor, tutor, and a lecturer.
What is under the project at the very top of the page? What does
Under
it say?
the top of the page, yeah, under the project.
No, right here at the project. What does it say?
Remote learning. I have the exact same thing.
No, there's one that says pandemic prevention and management. You're not looking at the
It's
right
a
one.
remote learning and pandemic
you're
prevention.
not looking at the right one. There's another one that says pandemic prevention and management.
Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, Committee member Armenian Committee member Avedisan is correct. He is looking at the the submitted budget, the response to staff's comments or staff's analysis, that's the one he's looking at, and I'll be more than happy to share that. So it is remote learning / pandemic prevention and management education. That is the submitted budget that they.
So I'm looking at one that says Plan B, pandemic prevention.
And that would, that
That's
would
not
be
the
the
right-
original, exactly. So the updated one is the response to our questions regarding
Got
the
it.
weaknesses, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Avedisian. I was looking at the wrong one.
It's all good. So again, what you're presenting, what you're asking on your budget and the document, and I have to go with the document what I have in front of me. I respect and I understand what you're making comments and you're explaining the situation and how your program is pretty much changed because of the schooling and all that that's happened. So with this budget and the numbers that have shown of you requesting, and then we had asked that if you, what would be your minimum funds, if any, that you could accept? You're asking for 57,000 instead of 65, if in case we need to lower it in somehow. But at this, again, please clarify, if you don't have that educational portion which is out, so it's just gonna be the coronavirus, basically prevention, management, and the training of the education of the public, please give us a number that is gonna actually needed for that program. Because I don't think that just giving 3 lectures, 4 lectures, 10 lectures, it's not gonna cost $65,000 or even $57,000. So please give us some number, help us so we can move forward and having enough funds to give every organization equally fairly, basically.
Actually,
Thank you.
Friday we were, do you want me to give the answer now or by email?
No.
No.
Today is the day.
Okay. Friday, we were working about this, and the numbers that we came up was 38,000, but we couldn't calculate if we need to provide transportation to and from the vaccine centers, because obviously we don't know how many people needs the transportation and if they need the transportation.
So you're saying roughly about $38,000?
8,000, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Avedisian, for that great question. Thank you.
Yeah,
Good.
I think Ms. Quinones, Gabriela, and you and I were looking at the same other sheet.
Okay.
Right.
Right. Okay. And that, how do you plan exactly or pretty much to market your program?
Marketing
To get
mostly
your people in
through
there?
social media, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is, and we work with Mama in Hokkien and mother2be.com. They have about 10,000 members, so we send we do some advertising with them to bring their members.
I see.
So
Alrighty.
mostly it's social media.
Social. Okay.
So, Mr. Garibia,
Thank you,
do you
sir.
have questions?
Thank you.
Go ahead. Mr. Garibia, yeah, go ahead.
But this was a long interview. I hope we'll make it on time to go through all the agencies and finish by 1:30, including lunch. But
Well,
just a couple of questions on.
We gotta do our job right.
The 8,341,000 liabilities, I don't know if Mr. Armenia asked, does that include real estate loans or it's strictly liabilities without any real estate? Do you know the answer to that?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
He's
There
asking,
is on your ratio analysis, I see $8,341,000 worth of liabilities. Does that include the real estate loans or it's strictly non-real estate liabilities? Probably you don't know the answer to that. I don't nag your
what he's
staff.
referring to is in the analysis that staff provided us, it shows total liabilities of $8,341,501. And so he's asking whether or not that $8 million includes real estate liabilities, real estate debt liabilities.
Yeah, I have no idea, Mr. Caribbean.
Well, I'm gonna help you out. It does. It does help. It does include 8 million. It does include real estate liabilities. So something wrong with these numbers, because the unrestricted net asset of $1,000,004 does not reflect your real estate assets. So these numbers are not accurate because your liabilities include real estate, but your assets do not include real estate, because your real estate is definitely worth more than $1,000,004. Right now, you get a condo in Americana for $1,000,004. So the amount of real estate you guys have, it's a lot more than this. So obviously, these numbers are not reflecting exact income and expense ratios. So I'm going to pass that and move on to the next question.
Mr. Caribbean, before you move on, Mr. Caribbean, before you move on, how are you making the assertion that it includes real
I am
estate?
familiar with the real estate that they own versus, and also the liabilities they own.
So you have information that the rest of the committee does not have, so
I
that's
do,
why I'm
we
asking.
can definitely provide this. Definitely, we can have them provide this.
Does staff have an answer to that at all?
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, the ratio analysis is provided by the accountants for the agencies, and when the agencies submit their original proposal, the tax documents are included, but staff does not necessarily go through the details of the tax documents because, for one, we're not accountants, and so that's why we have the accountants certify. So should the committee members want to pull the tax documents to be able to confirm what Committee Member Arabian is saying, we're able to do so, but I don't have it in front of me right now to be able to pull it up, and so we defer to the agencies to confirm the information when they're here. So you are able to look at the tax documents to verify that the liabilities are, as Committee Member Arabian says, related to real estate. But again, I can't confirm that because I don't have the information next to me, but we're happy to pull the information maybe at break or something and try to find it for you. Or if you'd like to give the agency an opportunity to confirm with their accountant and be able to provide an email before this meeting ends, we're happy to share that with the committee so that you can all make a informed decision. But at this time, I don't have the tax documents to be able to pull it. But again, we depend on the accountants to certify the information. So if the information is inaccurate as presented by the agency, I would have to defer to their accountant to ask why it was not included.
Okay, I would request that if we could, either during break, but before we go to decision, that be provided. Totally respect Mr. Garibian perhaps knowing more about this organization than others, but I don't know it, so let's have some backup to that claim about the difference.
Sure. I'd like to ask the agency if you're able to discuss this with your accountant before noon and able to email Maggie Kavarian the information that the accountant provides as it relates to the breakdown. We're happy to share it with the committee, and I'll do my best to pull the text documents and bring it to the committee should you want to look it over.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garibian, please continue. Thank you for indulging me in additional clarifications.
Okay. So I lost my thoughts. So we're moving towards the A and B project that you have, the plans that you have. So educating for the vaccination of coronavirus, obviously today's funding, if I'm not mistaken, is part of the CARES Act, and it's strictly for helping all those. And I don't know, correct me, staff, if I'm wrong. Is the CARES Act still limits to low income and seniors, or the CARES Act is out for anyone that is affected by the pandemic? That was my concern I had. But nevertheless, until you answer that, the Plan B Obviously, it's an extremely important project because if as a country we don't get into herd immunity, we're looking to repeat this pandemic and stay-at-home orders coming winter, which is not coming fall, I would say, which is not too far from now, maybe 3-4 months from now. And obviously the pandemic has caused so many deaths, including people that we personally know close to us. I'm sure some of our colleagues know some individuals that we lost to pandemic. And obviously at the same time, by this project of education, hopefully if we get the herd immunity, we get also, we can cut the first funding budget that you're asking for because everything will be back to normal. Then we won't be needing the initial funding of after school programs or during the school programs because we'll be back to normal. But if we don't succeed, then those fundings has to continue on probably, and even worse with the economy moving forward. So it is an extremely important program you guys have up. It's needed in every, I guess, income level of every kind of a family would need that educational, be able to get the vaccination done and the purpose. And you say you're gonna have doctors and nurses and so on lecturing family members. I assume this program is open to everyone, not just Armenians, I assume.
Yes, of course. And medical
All right,
professionals.
I appreciate it. And back to staff, you can answer my question. Is the CARES Act strictly for low income, or it could be budgeted anyone needed for the pandemic purpose?
Vice Chair Garibian, the CARES Act funding through CDBG still has to meet a HUD national objective of low to moderate income individuals or households. That, including the PPR tieback, is the criteria for CARES Act funding. So yes, it would still have to meet the entitlement funding that we usually are requesting for funding, which is the HUD national objective of low to moderate income.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
One quick request, if possible, I don't know, staff, if you could direct me correctly. If any possibility, now that the gentleman suggests that probably they can ask for, or they're requesting $38,000 roughly in that area, would it be possible that they can give us something before we start deliberating that exactly the dollars that they will be requesting? Is it something doable, do you think, or it's within the package, or it changes the entire package setup?
I'm very sorry, committee member Avedisi, and I missed the first half of your question. You asked for what can they do before the deliberation?
The budget that they initially proposed and gave us with the form, basically.
Right.
Now, with the questions, you understand that they're requesting the need for to run their program, the educational program is going to request for about $38,000 roughly. So I'm asking, like, this budget form that they have, if it's any possibility that they can give us a revised form with that dollars, but then again, if that would change anything in the entire package, or I don't know.
Chair Armenian committee member Avedisi, members of the committee, you are welcome to allow them to revise the budget and resubmit. I just would like to point out that if you do allow this of this agency, you will have to allow it of all agencies following. So should there be questions on any portion of the proposals that are not clear and you want them to clarify, then you would have to extend that same opportunity to other agencies. So I just want to urge you to keep that in mind. Should you have questions on any portions of other agencies where you feel you don't have enough information to make an informed decision, you would have to extend that same opportunity to them. So should you wish to give them that opportunity, you're welcome to do it if you want them to submit a revised budget. Or you could ask them enough questions here right now for us to update the information while they're standing here so that you give everybody that same opportunity.
I understand.
So
I
it's up
understand. I
to you how
appreciate
you
it.
want
It
to
makes-
proceed, but I just ask you to keep that in mind because we can't give one agency more opportunity than another. So let's say the next agency that comes,
Yeah.
another portion of their application is not clear. Like, for example, remember YMCA last year?
Yes. That-
We gave
the
them that
roofing
opportunity,
project.
clarify that. But if you make a decision on another agency not to fund them because their proposal wasn't clear, then you're being unfair to the agency.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go with what has been submitted, because otherwise we could be here multiple days at this rate and we're already behind. So we have to take it at face value, whatever they have submitted in their proposal. If we have questions about that, let's ask that now. To the degree that they can clarify it, that's great. If they can't, they can't. So Ms. Quinones Gabrielian?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Mr. Garibian, I would just like to say, maybe we've done this in the past, just accept their plan B and accept that their minimum that they would, acceptable for them is now 38 versus 57. And I think that would be one way of thinking about it. And we
Yeah.
just put in 37
I just wanted
versus the
to
57.
confirm with Mr. Jabarian, is that the minimum to run the program, 38? I just wanted to.
Yes,
Okay, so not the 57,
38.
38.
That's the minimum without the transportation, obviously.
Right, okay. I have just a couple of questions. You talked about social media and how you're gonna get the word out, et cetera. I don't see anything in terms of social media advertising line items or anything like that. Do you have someone that does social media for you, or how are you gonna do that?
Yeah, the same way we did with the schooling program, after schooling and in schooling program, we will do the same way. It's targeted social media on Facebook. With that Mama in Hockey that I mentioned, also they have, the age group kids that they have, we send the emails to those moms and to their parents, obviously.
So if there's any costs associated with the promotion,
Yes.
that's something you will be paying for, because I don't see it in the budget, correct?
It should be in the budget. If it's not there, that means.
There's nothing in the budget that I'm seeing.
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, one thing I would like to ask is if you could also maybe, the agency could also clarify the $38,000 budget, where would it be going to? I mean, that's one question you just asked, so where would that, that line item go to? Because oftentimes, if a program is funding more personnel versus M&O, committee members make decisions accordingly in comparison to other proposals that you will be hearing. So if there is ability for ACF right now to maybe clarify how much of the 38 will be associated with personnel and how much will be associated with M&O, then maybe you could, it doesn't have to be a specific line item, like $2,000 for utilities or $3,000 for buses or whatever that might
Well,
mean.
the reason I was asking that
Yes.
specific question is because obviously promotion is an important part of this critical success factor to the program. So, but as long as you guys are gonna do it and pay for it, even if it's not in here, to make it successful, that's why I was kind of asking the question. It is, I will be honest with you, in assessing this, because there's this combo budget that's been submitted, it's a little bit difficult to differentiate these costs because they're not like-for-like programs. They are, at the end of the day, different programs, so it's a little bit difficult to differentiate all your line items in terms of particularly personnel that's required to run one program versus the other. They're not identical, so we're just gonna have to go with what's been submitted though at this time. So I'm just gonna, unless there's anything you wanted to say, I'd be happy to give you an opportunity, but at this point, we'll probably move on.
There's nothing much, actually. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from committee members?
How will they measure success? Sorry, I know you didn't acknowledge me, but.
That's okay.
I'm just saying, how will they measure success?
The only way I could answer that is how many people we can educate and how many people get the shots, but I know we can never know how many people get the shot. Some people keep it for themselves. But the more they know, that's our success.
Okay. If there's no further questions from committee members, we will move on. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, committee, and good luck.
Thank you.
Next agency, please.
Next is Armenian General Benevolent Union for the Responding to Negative Effects of COVID-19 on Youth through Mentorship Program.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you
Morning.
for this opportunity. My name is Nare Avakyan. I'll be representing the Armenian General Benevolent Union, AGBU's Generation Next program. So the Armenian General Benevolent Union is the world's largest and oldest Armenian nonprofit organization, founded in 1906. We serve in more than 30 countries, addressing the needs of Armenians with progressive programs through our schools, scouts, athletic programs, camps, internships, and the youth young professionals network. Our aim is to uphold the Armenian heritage through educational, cultural, and humanitarian programs. The Generation Next mentorship program is one of the many programs that we have, and it was founded in 1998. We've been serving the youth in our community in the greater Los Angeles area for over 20 years. What the program is, the mentorship program. So we recruit high school students from our community, from the school district, and mentors over the age of 21 and over through our community who come from different professional backgrounds, who give their time, their expertise to our youth. Now, what we're applying for this time is to expand the program to also middle schoolers. So the pandemic has affected many sectors of the society. Schools and school children were affected a lot. So having to go through distance learning, being socially isolated, has made a negative impact on them. So again, by expanding the program to also middle schoolers in addition to high schoolers, we hope to help them readjust to coming back to in-person learning. What makes up the program, the mentorship program? So it's our mentees who at this time are high school students. It's our parents, it's our mentors who are dedicated members of our community who give their time. It's our partners in the community, and Gen Next has partnered and is currently partnering with a couple organizations, including the Glendale Unified School District, with whom we signed an MOU last year during the pandemic, and YMC, Youth Mentoring Connection, as well as the YWCA, who has given us space a couple of years ago to continue with our programs. So again, stressing the fact that school children, students were affected by the pandemic, we want to very aggressively help them come back, transition back to in-person learning, and through mentorship, through mentors who will help them through career advising, social and emotional support. A lot of our students who entered middle school or high school weren't able to be at the high school or the middle school because of the pandemic. So I mean, everybody can imagine how difficult that must have been, not to see their friends, not to be in class, to be able to adjust to the distance learning. So that's all, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from committee members? Mr. Avedisian.
Well, no, I would just said,
Oh.
I'll wait for everybody else.
Other committee members?
I have a question.
Ms. Quinones
Yes.
Gabrielian.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much. This is a good proposal. We know that children fell behind, and getting them up to par and bringing them back up and transitioning well is very important. It's about a two-part question, because
Yes.
in your proposal, you say that, you did not provide a minimum amount, and you said that the program will continue no matter what. So it's a little bit of, it's something you would be doing anyway, and you have the funds, or that's to continue to help in the education of these children. But if we look at it, do you want us to look at it as all or nothing, or is there possibility of you coming up with a minimum amount that you would accept so that we can enhance your already great programs?
Thank you so much for this opportunity and the question. We are going to operate, I'll just make it very short, and also to try to answer your question. We are going to operate no matter what. We're going to help the youth. Of course, if we have more funds, it's going to be much easier for us. If we have to provide a minimum number, I'll be happy to do that. But we had to put down what was true. If for some reason we don't get the funds, we're still going to try to help the youth. We're still going to recruit members from our community, and I'm sure there are a lot of members who will be more than willing to give their time to help the youth. So, to honestly answer the question, we're going to continue the program. But of course, if we do get the funds, we're going to expand it, and the expansion will include adding more structured group meetings for our youth, which will address the needs, especially the impact of the pandemic. So for example, social and emotional support. We could have seminars that will help the students psychologically. Of course, we would also do a survey, maybe with the parents, to see what the needs are, what type of topics they would like us to cover. So we would invite guests to hold seminars and group meetings for students to address the needs. In general, the group meetings include topics such as, for example, how to choose a career, to guide them, how to apply to colleges, to help them with the process. Topics like how to use social media safely. Topics on nutrition, how to have how to lead a balanced lifestyle. So these are just, I'm going all over the place with the topics, but these are just some of the examples. But of course, we would do a survey to see what the needs are, what the parents would want us to cover, and based on that, we would invite guests, professionals, to hold those meetings for the students. To answer your question about the minimum, hopefully 50%.
50%?
Yes.
Of the 103,000?
Yes.
Approximately, okay. Are you done, Ms. Quinones Gabriel?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Did I
you
answer
very
your
much.
question?
Yes, you did. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
I had a question. I'm familiar with your Gen Next program, obviously, in the broader sense, but I'm still trying to understand kind of how this is going to be more specifically targeted. Right now, schools aren't open yet, so you don't know the need at this point until, I'm talking about public schools. Some schools are open, some private schools are open, but are you going to collaborate with GUSD to determine what the needs are before?
Absolutely. Actually, the program has not stopped in the last year and a half. I actually started with the program the day we had to go into social distancing. So it's been very difficult, of course, to recruit students because generally we do presentations at schools. We go and talk to community members, parents, different organizations. So because of the pandemic, it's been very difficult to do that. But working through with GUSD and other organizations, we've actually set up a link on our website to have counselors and teachers refer students to us. So we've also done several presentations online through Zoom with our counselors at the GUSD. Through email communication, we've presented the program to the teachers at different schools, including Daly High School. So we've made that effort to communicate the program to make sure that everybody knows about the program. And the need is there. And I say this based on the feedback that we've gotten from the counselors and the teachers. But also, please take into account that in August, the schools are going to reopen. Hopefully, nothing will change until then. That decision has been made by the board, so only 2 more months and we'll be back to normal.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a couple of questions, if I may.
Yes.
First of all, okay, your program has been running for a while. And we are familiar with your program. It's a great program. We know that students are using it and getting advantage.
Thank you.
Getting ahead. That's great. However, I'm looking at your proposal. First of all, you're asking for 50 unduplicated middle school and high school students, which you're gonna try to recruit from here on once, or correct?
Yes.
So this is not the students that you already have, but you need the funds to run the program.
So
This
we
is
have, in the proposal also, it's 15 already existing and 35 more middle schoolers and high schoolers to make a total of 50.
Oh, you have already 15?
Yes.
15, and then you're gonna add another 35 to
Yes.
make a total of 50 that is gonna run. And of course, you have to make sure that they're within the guidelines of the low income and
Absolutely,
moderate.
yes.
However, what I'm looking at your program and your proposal, I really don't understand or see where the COVID response and how this RFP is for. It's showing anywhere that your program is covering that part of the HUD requirement.
If I'm not mistaken, under that question, it's also bolded. So I believe you're referring to the preparing, prevention, and response, right?
Well, that's the part
Correct.
of the,
Yes.
yes.
So to prepare like I said, students have been out of school for over a year, have been trying to adjust to the online learning setting. A lot of the students who just entered middle school or high school haven't even been on campus. So we want to prepare the students to transition back into in-person learning. We want to prevent them ahead of time from falling behind academically by guiding them, by providing emotional support, social support. We want to encourage them to not be intimidated by the fact that they've been out of schools, that they're going to go to a new school. So a mentor would be able to do that. And to respond to it, we're gonna offer the guidance. We're gonna offer them the one-to-one mentorship. They're gonna have their mentor at their dispense at all times to help them with whatever they need.
Okay.
So, I mean, the program, the mentor is going to do the same thing that they've always done, even before the pandemic, to offer support for students. It's just gonna be a little bit extra work because students have gone through a lot in the last year and a half.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Sure.
It includes more than just the emotional and mentorship support. We are talking about some children fell back
Yes.
in their mathematics capabilities. So we're talking about actual tutoring so that we are bringing them up to the grade level where they should be, correct?
Yes, absolutely, that too. And considering that our mentors come from different professional backgrounds, and most, if not all of them, have a huge network of friends and professionals. I mean, just imagine if a student needs a tutor and doesn't have that network, or their parent doesn't have that network, the mentor would be able to guide them in the right direction, saying, oh, I know a friend who would help you with math. You have an upcoming test? I'll be more than happy to help you with that. You're struggling with keeping up with your grades? Let's sit and look through it together and see what we can do for you to, get back on track. And I can confidently say that all of our mentors have that ability and have that network and have that enthusiasm to help the students. Because, they're doing this voluntarily. If somebody volunteers their time to mentor a student, that already says a lot about the person. So I have no doubts.
Mr. Avedisian, further questions?
Thank you.
Or you're done?
No, I'm okay. I think, in my opinion, I think it didn't really answer my question the way I think what HUD requirements needs. But anyways, I know your program is a great program. I know a lot of students have used it and moved on and achieved, learned. So it's a very good program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Garibian?
No, this is great. Actually, my colleagues, you guys asked all the questions, which is fantastic. Saved so much time from me repeating the questions.
We don't
And
want you
obviously,
stressing your vacation.
If I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry.
So we don't want you to stress too much on your vacation.
But also with the same program, if I'm not mistaken, we funded it, was it 2 years ago, or you guys had the application in? I don't know what the result was of that. I don't remember it. I know the staff had.
Yes, we did apply for it, and in fact used the funds last year to provide online tutoring for kids during the pandemic,
Right.
which was a great success. And again, thanks to the committee for that, because hearing feedback from the parents, that helped a lot.
Okay, any other questions?
Very happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
By the way, because we are behind, I'm going to suggest to my fellow committee members that we forego lunch, and maybe we could take a couple of 10-minute breaks along the way so that we can catch up
Oh,
with
wow,
our
you just
timing.
read my mind. I was just gonna, before the next speaker come out, I was gonna suggest that.
So let's get one more in, and then we could take a short break, and then.
Is everybody okay with that, though? As staff, are we okay with that? Would that work?
You're okay with
Okay.
eating lunch later?
Yeah, after 1:30, we can have a comfortable
I'm
lunch.
just
No rushing.
concerned because we do have a hard stop in terms of this room, so we have to catch up.
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, that would work. We do have a Parks Commission meeting at 2:30, so staff would need to leave by 2 and prep for the Parks Commission meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next
ARS.
interview.
Okay, next is Armenian Relief Society of Western USA, Inc. for the ARS COVID-19 Relief and Recovery Program.
Good morning. My name is Talarain Tablian, and I serve as the Director of Operations for Armenian Relief Society of Western USA Social Services. Our agency is respectfully requesting $180,000 through the CDBG CB3 to deliver services through our COVID-19 Relief and Recovery Program. Our funding request is to provide job training and employment services to 60 individuals impacted by the pandemic in order to regain work hours or attain employment and be able to re-enter the workforce. Continued food pantry services to 150 clients to help ensure their continued food security for individuals and families who've been facing economic hardships, medical vulnerabilities, they may be homebound, and other such challenges. Also, emergency subsistence payments for utilities for 50 clients by way of making one-time utility payments on behalf of eligible clients to help mitigate the economic hardships that they've experienced as a result of the pandemic. And lastly, vital outreach system navigation services alongside PPE distribution for 240 clients who will be able to receive linkages with health resources, testing site connections, vaccination appointments, and access to public benefits as needed. In total, the project would help serve 500 individuals. The target population served through the program are low to moderate income individuals and families, a majority of which are maybe older adults, disabled adults, female heads of household, immigrants, and those with limited English language proficiency. We have been able to provide services throughout the pandemic in an uninterrupted manner to ensure that the pressing needs of our community has been met. This funding opportunity would allow for 2 full-time and 1 part-time employee to be responsible for the direct service delivery under the program. We've had experience with CARES Act funding during this time of the pandemic, and it's allowed us to expand our reach in the community as well as our partnerships and our collaborations. We've done our utmost to be a source of response during these times. Recently, we held 2 successful mobile vaccination clinics at our sites. Some of our partners have included the LA County Department of Public Health, the Glendale YWCA, local schools, Remedia Care Clinic, Tri-State Clinics. We've had our staff going out doing a lot of outreach and support, translation assistance, vaccination assistance. So you may see that our program is pretty comprehensive, and that's because we try to take a good and hard look at what kind of a demand that we're seeing through our clientele and respond accordingly. We're hopeful to be considered for this funding request and play our part in the community to provide these public services. Thank you.
Can I ask whether there's a minimum you would accept, since we're asking that of all the
Absolutely.
agencies?
The minimum would be the funding amount that we've requested, in the amount of $180,000 actually, in order to deliver the full scope of services.
And if we were not able to provide the 180?
Then we would adjust our staff time accordingly. The staff that's going to be designated to the program and the scope of services accordingly, if we were funded in a lesser amount.
Okay. And I had a quick question for staff, given what the proposal calls for. Is subsidization of utility bills allowable under this program?
Chair Armenian, it is allowable. Any unallowable or disallowed expense would be included in the weaknesses, and we wanted to present that to the committee so you would be aware of
Just
it.
wanted to confirm.
Just one thing, Chair Armenian, I do want to clarify, not just for this agency, but for any other agency that might be funded. One thing we ask, and I'm hoping the agencies keep that in mind in their proposal, is if they are funded with CDBG funds for another project or with regular CDBG funds, that they shouldn't be double dipping. So for example, if the agency has utilities on their project for the regular fiscal year 21-22 project proposal, that same utility isn't being presented here again. So that's the only thing, and we can ask the agencies to clarify, should it be an agency that's already funded for
That's good.
regular fiscal year 21-22.
Yes, and understood. Thank you.
Okay. Let's open up for questions, committee members.
Okay, well,
Mr. Garabian, why don't you go first this time?
Yeah, obviously, it's an agency that we're all familiar with for years to come for the job they do. It is extremely serious and detail-oriented and very wide programs they have. The need is unbelievably, the demand is there 12 months out of the year, 24 hours a day. And just kudos to them that they're hanging in there and helping under any circumstances, under any conditions. And somehow they've been able to keep their head up and move forward. And just want to give kudos to you guys. I wish I can fund as much as we can every year to you guys. So thank you so much for the presentation and the package, and hopefully we can fund you guys the most.
Thank you. Very appreciated. Thank you.
Other questions from other committee members?
No, I guess I'll ask, nobody else's. As always, we appreciate what you guys do, your organization being in the community for so long, and we know you do a good job, if not great. But my question is a concern, you are already running very similar program as you do on a daily basis for all these years. Now, what is this specific program any different than what you're already doing? One, and are the case managers that you're proposing for funding, asking for funding, or the director of operation, these are not new positions. These are existing positions. You're just dividing the job to the portions. How is it? Please explain.
The difference with this program is that we are targeting those who are COVID impacted. And that's something we started doing in our agency. We have a template, we have a form, we collect documentation where we either through by self-certification or a form that we have will mark how the client has been impacted by the pandemic, be that reduced work hours, business closure. There's a few different categories that would allow us to justify that this population is a COVID impacted one that we're serving. In terms of the staff, we were fortunate enough to get expanded CDBG funding this current fiscal year and bring on one additional case manager onto our program. One of these positions would allow us to sustain her into the coming fiscal year and hire an additional full-time and part-time. The additional full-time and part-time would be new staff members that would come on board. One of the full-time would be able to carry over her employment from this current fiscal year.
I see.
I just wanted to note to staff that we seem to have lost Mr. Garibian. At least he's not on my screen. Yeah, we lost him at 10:52.
I do see that he's still connected, but just by phone,
Oh, just
not his
off camera?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay. Are you doing anything different in your marketing, advertising to bring in people that is relates or?
Honestly, in terms of our marketing and outreach in the community, we found that the most effective has been word of mouth because there is such an influx of visitors who do come to our community center. We found hard copy flyers to be very effective, as well as using our print newspapers and local media for announcements. While we do make social media a priority, it does not engage the population that we serve. And so we've found that the print material is more effective, as well as letting our community, the local community agencies aware of the services we have so that they're able to refer clients in need as well. Those that we found to be the most effective strategies for our own agency.
One more quick question, we'll move on, just for me to understand better.
Yes.
And I think the same situation is with every organization,
Yes.
or most of them. You're dedicating, like here, you're saying 14%. It's so precise, 14% of your staff time to a certain program.
Yes.
So how do you calculate that? I really don't know, how do you calculate 14%?
That's
Half a day is one thing, 4 hours a day, whatever.
our agency right now. We operate numerous grant-funded programs. And so we allocate our time accordingly. And based on that time that we would put in a given week, that's how we approximate the percentage that would be charged to the programs. I'm a 100% full-time employee, and my time is split up accordingly onto the programs that we operate at our agency.
And how do you manage to record that?
Timekeeping,
So they
correct, yes.
time in, time out, or check in, check
Clock
out
in, clock
every
out.
project they start?
Exactly. And that's not the case for all employees. As you can see here, we have 3 full-time, so 100% of their time is dedicated to the program. But for staff members like myself and our financial controller who oversee all of our grant-funded programs, our time has to be managed accordingly.
Thank you. Please understand, I'm not trying to pick on you or
Oh,
anything.
not at all.
It's
I
just
appreciate- no,
something
I
that's very
welcome.
precise,
Yes.
it's very unique, so I need to understand
No,
that.
absolutely. I welcome the questions.
And I think this is the same case with all the organizations. Anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you
No
for your
more
time.
questions.
I just have one question. Can you give us a sense of what you have experienced in the last year and a half over COVID in terms of, are there, beyond what you've put into your proposal in terms of what you propose to address, kind of what are the things, issues that have spiked that you have experienced firsthand during this period of time that we've been in COVID?
Mainly economic hardships, and that's why whatever we try to incorporate here is the pressing needs that we did see. A lot of economic hardships. I know there were the moratoriums or, no shutoffs, et cetera. But I think we're seeing that this population is already thinking ahead about how they're going to get back on their feet afterwards. And so we tried to take this approach of how do we help mitigate that and reduce the impact on that, on the community members who are most in need and who are most vulnerable. We're also still witnessing that there are community members very hesitant about the vaccine. Outreach is very important. There's a lot of cultural myths and misunderstandings surrounding this. That's why we wanted to make sure to include continued outreach, awareness, and PPE distribution to keep in mind their safety as well. I think these would be the top things that have been noticeable for our agency, and also a hesitancy to re-enter the workforce. We're seeing that there are people who have become a bit back to comfortable. They were receiving their unemployment benefits, which was good because they're able to sustain themselves. But slowly, the community has to prepare itself to re-enter the workforce, and that's why we wanted to have employment addressed as well.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I know ARS does a lot of great work in many different areas.
Thank you.
And really stepped up, to meet the needs in this unusual circumstances that we confronted. So I appreciate all of your work in the community.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you all.
Thanks. Next agency?
Next is the Campbell Center for the Supported Employment Program.
Hello, community members. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We hope that most of you are, I'm Nancy Niebrocki. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the Campbell Center. And we're here today. We are lucky to have secured some CDBG funding for our residential program. We're here today to talk more about our supported employment program and developing an adjunct program to meet the needs of individuals who've lost their job because of COVID. And it's a workforce development type of program. Our goal is to have funds that support greater job development, job coaching services that were not funded for by the government at present, and to reach out to specific community members, business leaders, to create a public-private partnership where the funds would support the coaching, but also support and incentivize businesses to hire our developmentally disabled individuals. So it's an incentive program in order to help businesses who maybe themselves are struggling to rehire and bring back employees, and incentivize them to look at our associates as potential job candidates. So that's one of the core pieces of it. The other is training. What we have definitely found is that through surveys and our own experience, that digital literacy training is becoming more and more important for our population, and there's a definite gap there. So part of the funding would go toward hiring a part-time trainer that would provide computer skills training for our population. And additionally, since part of our mandate is to integrate all our services so that our individuals are learning and doing side by side with non-disabled individuals, is to bring in community members who are at risk and who are low income, who might need similar computer training to build resumes, learn how to open a LinkedIn account, learn how to simple things like email. So we would be developing a program, a curriculum with a trainer to bring people up to speed on digital literacy skills. So those are the two key components of the program, is essentially the coaching. Our job developer would reach out to businesses, their funding would incentivize businesses to get our folks on board for a short period of time. We would do follow-up, make sure that our folks are continuing to succeed, and then there would also be the training piece. So if there are any, hopefully we've presented it well to you, and you've had a chance to review it.
Yeah, so if I can ask the same question I'm asking everyone, which is what's the minimum to run your program if we were not able to fund you at 100%?
Yeah, we looked at that, and in the response to the analysis, I believe that we reduced it by about 7,000. And what that would do is reduce the incentive piece of it. So instead of funding 50% of wages for 6 months, we would fund 50% of wages for 3 months and 25% at 6 months. So we would reduce that incentive piece if need be.
So 7,000 off the 100, approximately 100,000.
Correct.
Okay, so 93. Okay, questions from committee members?
So the trainers, first of all, good morning, and sorry to
morning.
keep you guys waiting. I know.
That's all right, I understand how these things go.
The trainers, the job coaches, developers, they're all new positions
No,
or existing?
no, those are percentages. The only new one would be the trainer, and that would be a part-time trainer at 20 hours a week. The other positions are already existing, and we would allocate a piece of their time for this very specific program. And we're very careful to make sure that the percentage that we are requesting this funding for are parts of their job that are not already funded by the federal government. So these percentages were based on specific outreach to Glendale communities in order to make that handshake and create that public-private partnership. So the job developer's main role would be for that. The job coaches, general job coaching we're already reimbursed for. That percentage there is the additional administrative piece that they would take on for this program.
I see. The trainer that you hire now in this program, it runs for a year to June of 2022 or July, whatever the time frame, the 1 year, right? What happens if there is no other funding that comes from the CDBG per se? Are you guys planning to keep this employment for continuously, or just this is a temporary position for this particular program and that's it, it's done? Or how do you guys budget it or see it in the future?
No, we definitely have thought about this. The amount that is there is providing funding for training for our population in addition to community members. If this works well and we get more referrals, additional referrals through the system that we work in through Regional Center will allow us to probably continue to fund a trainer. Additionally, like most nonprofits, we also write individual grants. We've been supported through grant funding for computers to be able to offer this training. So we anticipate that we might be able to sustain a trainer role over time with private funding as well.
Okay. I would ask one more, my last question. Comparing when I'm looking at to the other organizations and they're asking funds for the serving certain amounts, certain quantity of people, 50, 10, 20, whatever. In your proposal, you're basically asking for $100,000 to serve 5 community members or 5 clients per se. To me, one place you say 15, and one of these places you say 5 duplicated, or even 15 people within the last 12 months.
May I
So how do
clarify?
you justify that 15 people cost $100,000 to serve?
No, maybe I
Service?
should clarify, and I apologize if it wasn't as clear as it could be in the proposal. 5, yes, those are our associates who are coming from a place where they've lost jobs, they've become from group employment settings, it's difficult to meet the mandate to get them integrated into a job that's in the community. So those core 5 are honestly the hardest to place. The additional people served would be 8 to 10 additional associates that we serve that are kind of in the queue to move into our workforce development program. They would get the computer training that we right now cannot offer and we're not funded to offer, and an additional 8 to 10 community members not part of our system that we would do outreach to other community partners like the YMCA or Essentia or other agencies who might be able to identify people in the community who need this kind of training who are also at risk. So that would be an additional 10. So it would be more around 30 to 35. I agree. I understand what you're saying. We certainly have given this thought, that it is a more expensive population to serve in general. Their support needs are much greater in order to gain that equity. It's the support that's required to get these individuals all the skills they need and all the supports they need to be actually successful in a job setting. It does require additional supports. And our goal is, I know you've asked other agencies, how do you measure success? Our goals are that they stay employed with these employers past this incentive, and that we would be doing a check-in and making sure that they stay engaged. So that's,
Great.
that is
Thank you very
the
much.
total.
Appreciate it.
Other committee members?
I
Ms.
just wanted
Jimenez.
to comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment and agree that I'm familiar with the additional amount of monies that it requires to serve this population. And I think the incentive to the employers takes up a good chunk as well. And then when you look at an overall analysis of economic impact and how much it takes to support this this population, and when you take one of them and provide them with I guess self-sustaining income, it really does add to the overall economic bottom line of our community. So it takes a lot more, but in the analysis, it is worth it, not just from an individual impact, but from a bottom line economic impact to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from other committee members? Mr. Garibian?
The last time around, again, I was very fond of the detailed work you guys do. It's extremely appreciated. I don't think any amount of funding will do justice to have you guys continue your programs. Again, I wish I had more funding to give it to you guys. I love it. You guys are doing a great job. Kudos to you all.
Thank you again.
Great. My only last question, kind of like I asked the ARS, what is the most profound impact that you've seen with your constituency as a result of COVID? Is it just job loss?
Yes. Our residential programs, they weathered the storm. Our other programs, community integration, we were able to continue to serve them online, pivoted to online programming. But those individuals that were in our supported employment program, where we provide coaching for them to work, all but, out of 26, all but 2 lost their jobs. So that was the program that was most devastated. We're almost starting from ground zero with that.
Right. Well, we really appreciate everything you guys are doing. Hopefully, we'll be able to provide you some help here to get back on your feet and get those individuals back on their feet from an employment perspective. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's keep going. Let's move on to our next next agency.
Next is
You
Catholic
don't want to
Charities.
take a break before?
I want to try and get one more in, if we can.
What time is it?
11:10.
Okay, next is Catholic Charities of Los Angeles, Inc. for the COVID-19 Window Model LNF Food Pantry Program.
Good morning. Sandra Inez, Catholic Charities of Los Angeles.
Hello?
Can I take this, or is this,
I don't know what the.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
sorry, I
Now we can
struggle.
hear you.
Okay, good. I struggle with it a little bit. Thank you again for having us here. I think you guys are pretty familiar with Catholic Charities in Glendale and what we do. We're known for rental utility assistant, case management, and food pantry. And indeed, that's what we're here for again today. There has been modification to our food pantry that we would like to make, and that's primarily why we're here. In the last decade, what that food pantry looks like hasn't changed very much, and for good reason. It hasn't changed because our clientele hasn't necessarily changed very much. We're used to seeing individuals and families that are homeless, and we cater to that homeless population. We're doing things like Pop-Tops and non-perishable foods, things that they don't have to utilize to cook with necessarily. But over the last year and a half, demographics have changed, clients have changed, numbers have increased. And due to that, we've realized that we do want to change, we do need to change for the population that's starting to come in or that has come in the last year and a half. Many of those individuals have lost jobs, become ill, had reduced hours. So now we're looking at families, young families with children, that are older families with children that are coming in with very specific needs. And that looks like they're looking for more food more often, produce, meats, dairies, that kind of thing, more fresh type of items, more healthier items for individuals. And don't get me wrong, we're still very cognizant of COVID and that's out there and that we still need to address it. So we had thought of different ways to address the need, and we decided to come with and came up with a window model of food pantry. We're considering and may move in a different direction once COVID clears up in the communities, but for now, it's a window shopping type of food pantry. In the past, they've come in, they get a bag of food, and we send them off for that month, and they get to come back later in the next month. Now, we'd love for the families to be able to come in and shop to some extent for their food. We'd like to redo the food pantry, let them pick up what it is that they're in need of, not necessarily give them, what we think that they need. That looks like more shopping type of a room for the people. And it's also a cost saving for us, because often what happens is people will discard things that they're not in need of or they don't want or can't use. So this will definitely help in that direction. We'd also love to extend hours. We'd like to more than double our hours for working families. Offer that opportunity to them. Staff has always been an issue, overhead has always been an issue, but now more than ever, due to the fact that we've lost probably 99% of our volunteers at this point, We've always been able to run some of our programs, and particularly the food pantry, with volunteers. And because the majority of our volunteers were all seniors, we've lost many of them. Don't get me wrong, we have picked up some volunteers over the last 6 months, but it's not quite the same. And we are definitely in need of staffing. So that is what our program looks like. Thank you. Questions?
Questions? Quiñones Gabrielian?
Thank you. I noticed that staff said that under weaknesses, that some of the items fall under general supplies or equipment, and some items may not be eligible for reimbursement under HUD guidelines. And I wondered if you had a dollar amount.
So we did make adjustments in our analysis. So we did actually make some moves in order to adjust for that in our equipment for direct cost, and also in our general supplies list. So it looks like our direct cost went to 2,000 and our general supplies went to 3,000.
Okay. Thank you.
One question, I guess I asked the same question. This new program manager would be a brand new.
They will be actually the position, the three positions, the 2 full-time and the 1 part-time, is staffing for the food pantry. So this is what's happening. The food pantry per se that's there now isn't necessarily going away. What we're doing is revamping it to have to distribute food differently. So we, through the front part of our pantry, we are still distributing food bags to individuals that are looking for homeless service packets and food. And through the back, which is where we currently are and would like to adjust, is where we will have the walk-in food pantry. So these individuals will be overseeing both, and it used to be overseen by volunteers.
I see. Yeah, I remember you in the front, you have a room that you had your pantry. People walk in, bag, pick up some items, or you handed out the bags to them.
Yes. So now they'll be coming in through the back as well.
I see. All right.
So I actually had a question for staff. I see a line item here for 7,500 for remodeling. Is that, which seems general as opposed to specific from a COVID perspective, is that allowable under HUD?
Chair Armenian, that is actually why we had noted that in the staff analysis. We had noted the fact that that's a capital improvement project. This is specific to public social services. In the original staff analysis, the agency had asked for $172,460. The cover page, they had requested $172,460, and when they submitted their response to us, they adjusted their budget, and their budget is currently $169,960 to make that. They reflected that. So they
Okay,
did make the
that's
correction.
included in
And
this
they removed,
summary.
yes, they
Okay.
removed the capital improvement portion of it, and then they clarified their items.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Other questions?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
So, I'm
Uh,
sorry,
good.
Chair Armenian, just to be sure, Maggie, that I understood, the request that the agency is making right now for the proposal is $169,960. That's what the revised request is?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that includes removing the remodeling 7,500 line
That
item?
is correct. If the they submitted a revised budget sheet, and they actually highlighted it in blue under the operations costs.
Let me see if I can find that.
It's in their response section.
I think I was looking at the older one.
So your
There we go.
minimum
Yeah.
would be
I found it.
131,000?
Yes, ideally. Now, if we needed to adjust,
Okay, yep.
I think we could maybe adjust staffing, and that would, if we ended up adjusting staffing, then we would probably adjust hours of operation and/or marketing.
Okay,
we-
so
if
your
we drop
minimum, but
staffing.
your minimum is 131 out of the
131.
169? Okay. All right, thank you very much,
Chairman?
appreciate it. Yes, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Thank you so much. Just one final note, because obviously we're talking about a pantry and food being the largest item, and I did just want to, I answered my own question, I just wanted to point it out. The budget for the food is at $72,000. They're only asking us to provide $20,000 of that funding. So they are leveraging $52,000 of the food itself.
Yep,
So, I mean, I wanted to point that out. It's
yep.
good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I know we've got people waiting, but we've been sitting here since 8 o'clock, so we do need a quick break. So if I could ask us to come back at 11:30, that'll give us 9 minutes. Does that work for everyone?
9 minutes break.
9 minutes, so we'll resume at 11:30. Give us a chance to go to the restroom. Thank you. And thank you for those waiting. Apologies that we are behind. Okay. Can we get started?
We'll be back shortly.
Oh. Great. Welcome back to the Community Development Block Grant Committee special meeting. We will get started with the next agency interview.
The next agency is Door of Hope for the Children's Enrichment, Socio-Emotional Support, and Food Assistance for Survivors of Domestic Violence Program.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm Griffin Hattelstad, Operations Director at Door of Hope. I believe that probably most of you are familiar with our program. We operate a transitional housing site in Glendale that houses 13 women survivors of domestic violence and their children at any given time. This program, over the course of the fiscal year, or the funding year, I should say, is anticipated to serve 85 individuals. Approximately 60 of those will be children. I will quickly just go into the two components of our program. The first is the Children's Enrichment and Socio-Emotional Support Program. I'll refer to that as the children's portion of our program, just because it's easier to say. The other portion of our program is food assistance. So the children's portion of our program, that is an existing program. It has a few different components. The first one that we intervene on is educational support. That takes the form of educational support that we, as our own staff, provide, as well as referrals to educational agencies like School on Wheels and the like. We are in communication with GUSD regularly through that program as well. But we don't just focus on the academic programming. We also have one-on-one and group mentoring. That's to intervene on the socio-emotional portion of this goal, make sure that our children aren't feeling isolated, that they're having time with their peers and trusted adults as well. And finally, final portion of our children's program is virtual group activities, which will be converted to in-person group activities when it's safe to do so. The other component of our program is food assistance. That basically will be, that will take the form of providing approximately $200 per month per family of grocery assistance. That will be adjusted depending on family size and on financial need, but $200 is anticipated to be the average. This ties back to COVID in a number of ways. I'll start with prevention. We are, of course, it goes without saying, enforcing masking and social distancing. Even after the June 15th policy guideline updates, shelters are considered to be a place where masks must be worn at all times. So we are continuing to enforce that. But beyond that, we are providing vaccine education. Primarily, that's delivered to our adult participants, the moms of the children, and that happens through trust-based relationships with their case managers, many of whom are vaccinated themselves and can give a firsthand account of why they are safe and effective protections against a very serious illness. But we also provide that education, or will provide that education, to children. The vaccine is available to children as young as 12, so we will be, through our children's programs, reaching out to children and making sure they understand what the vaccine is, dispelling any myths or rumors they may have heard, so that they can have that conversation with their parent and explore whether or not they want to pursue vaccination themselves. We're also intervening on preparation for COVID. The main way that we're looking at this is the food assistance allows us to prepare for any necessary quarantines that may take place. We are blessed at our shelter that we are apartment style. We do not have an open floor plan. So if, God forbid, there ever is a COVID exposure or COVID symptoms, it's relatively easy for us to have that family unit quarantine. And we would be able to, through our food assistance, provide that food to their door contact-free without any exposure at all. But that's not the only kind of preparation we're looking at. We're also looking to prepare children for returning to normal, returning to going back to school in the fall, as long as there are no changes, as well as just generally being able to return to a normalcy, seeing their friends, see their peers. That has been something that has had a pretty adverse effect for our children, who are already dealing with the double trauma of homelessness and domestic violence in their lives, on top of this new isolation and loneliness that comes with COVID-19. And finally, in response, one of the main things that we're responding to is the economic impact that COVID-19 has had on our adult participants. Unfortunately, oftentimes that has led to furloughs, hours reductions, layoffs, which has led to food insecurity, which we are obviously intervening on through that food assistance to make sure that they are taking care of their base needs. We're also intervening, as I said, on that isolation that children are experiencing and the mental health problems that come from that. We have MFT trainees who work with our children. That is not funded through this funding request, just kind of a parallel program alongside of this. But that exists to intervene with the effects of that isolation. I'll talk briefly about our goals for this program, but we're highlighting socio-emotional development because we know about children that socio-emotional development comes from being with peers, seeing peers' interactions with others, and seeing their emotional responses to the things that they encounter. Over the past year and a half, obviously, our children have not had that opportunity. So our program is trying to step in and fill the void with those group activities, outings in the summer, and things of that nature. And finally, one other piece of the COVID-19 pandemic that we're responding to is domestic violence generally. Sadly, we're seeing indications that shelter-in-place orders have as much as doubled the incidence of domestic violence, as domestic violence survivors are forced to spend more time with their abusers and have less time to come into contact with their communities where they can seek help in planning their fleeing that situation. Obviously, our participants have fled, that's how they've come to us, but they are still dealing with that double trauma that I mentioned. Our goals for this program is that 70% of the children in our program will show signs of that age-appropriate socio-emotional development that I alluded to. That will come through mentoring, group interactions, as well as MFT trainees when appropriate, and referrals to other enrichment activities. We also have the goal to serve 100% of households who need grocery assistance with that grocery assistance. That would come in the form of grocery gift cards, which were provided last year through the CDBG CARES additional funding. Our families have really come to rely on that, as many of them are struggling to get back into the workplace. Sometimes because of the job interruption, oftentimes because of childcare needs that prevent them from leaving the household. Our budget for this program is $50,000. Roughly half of that covers staffing for our youth and children's coordinators. They are in charge of creating the entire curriculums for our programs. They also provide the one-on-one and group mentoring. They coordinate with volunteers to supplement that program as well. And they're really just the boots on the ground who are making sure that these programs meet their desired outcomes. The other half of this program would cover the grocery assistance and just anticipating questions about minimum funding requests. Without the full $50,000 award that we are requesting, we would not be able to provide that food assistance, or we would have to drastically reduce that food assistance leading us to have to provide a somewhat limited program. So with all that being said, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have one quick question, since you mentioned it. Since almost half of what you're proposing is actually in the form of gift cards, how do you control, what controls do you have in place to secure those sorts of things?
Sure. So I will say quickly first that the reason that we've preferred to work with gift cards is that when we've had to go out and purchase groceries and store them ourselves, that has caused minor pest problems that have become a nuisance, and we've had to get away from that. With that being said, though, all of these programs would be provided at our facilities, which are alcohol-free. So none of that can happen. We would be giving out those gift cards on a monthly basis. So if there are ever any problems, they would be caught, and there would be some interventions that could happen there.
Okay, so you do have some control over what they're purchasing with those gift cards?
We have visibility on the purchases, essentially. Yes.
Okay. Other questions?
Quick question. Going through the program and reading through all your explanations, the numbers of individuals or families that you're planning to serve with this particular program, to me is a little bit confusing. There's too many numbers, and I don't know where actually you're proposing 85 individuals. Then in the different parts of the program, it gives your explanations gives different numbers. So it's really, what is the actual number that you're planning to serve?
Sure. I think the confusion there may be between the two different program components. The 85 individuals that we mentioned, those would certainly all be served through the food assistance portion of this program. The children's portion of these programs, families opt into, and from time to time we do have families who choose to opt out of those programs because they're working with other programs in the community, maybe through their school or other resources like that, where the families choose to opt out of our program so that they can work with them. So the children's portion of this program would have a slightly lower number than the food assistance.
I see. All right, so if the budget, we cut, if there's any cut in the budget, basically it's going to affect the food portion of it, but not the staffing portion of it.
Correct. Those are existing staff, and we would just fundraise through others.
These are not, are they new staff or new staff members?
No, they are existing staff.
They're existing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Gorigian?
I noticed, obviously, you talked about all the different things that you're gonna do. I mean, from the vaccine training to family, all these programs, timing-wise, how is it divided? I mean, is it throughout the day? How you guys manage to do all the programs that you just talked about that you want to fit into the scheduling? I mean, you guys are doing this in an 8-hour span, in a 12-hour span. Is it daily? Because I think like some of the programs you can pick and choose. So how do you manage the timing of doing all these programs?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So we do track via our time logs how much of staff time goes to each individual program. To answer, I think, your question about how, just in terms of there are 24 hours in the day, how are we doing this? Essentially, our children's staff are making appointments with individual children or small groups of children and interacting with them in 1 or 2 hour blocks of time at a time, and then alternate and cycle through our entire client population that way.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? I have one quick question. I know you, Door of Hope deals a lot with the homelessness situation, as well as the elements of the population that you serve in other ways. Have you noticed any sort of trends with regard to those who are in a more of a transitionary place to complete homelessness?
Sure.
What are the trends that you're noticing on that front?
Sure. Over the past year and a half, we have actually been pleasantly surprised to see that many of our participants have been able to transition to permanent housing. One thing that has been a surprise is that many of those resolutions to homelessness and moves into permanent housing have been relocations, moving in with friends or family, where that previously wasn't an option. So we, in some ways, are kind of at a loss of why that has happened when that hasn't in the past. A guess would be potentially all the distance and the isolation that families are feeling. Now they're wanting to fight that by coming closer together. But we had, I believe, 3 or 4 of our participants last year move in with family members on less formal but still permanent housing situations.
That's great to hear. And have you seen the overall homelessness numbers in Glendale increase or decrease?
It's tough for me to say because even before COVID-19, we are always at full capacity. We always have a long waiting list, and our referrals come through Essentia, YWCA, and other partner shelters. I would have a feeling that they would have a better idea of the broader numbers overall. But what I can say is that we constantly have a waiting list, and COVID has only exacerbated that, if anything.
Gotcha. Okay. With no other questions, we'll move on. Thank you very much for applying and appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Next agency, please.
Next is Family Promise of the Verdugos for the COVID Can't Stop Us from Housing program.
Good morning. Good morning, CDBG committee and City of Glendale staff. My name's Albert Hernandez. I'm the CEO of Family Promise of the Verdugos, a local homeless service provider serving our beautiful Glendale community since 2010. I'm here to provide a brief overview regarding the funding we are respectfully seeking under the CDBG CV3 program. Family Promise is here seeking $117,000 to support our program entitled COVID Can't Stop Us from Housing. This program is a security deposit program that will focus on helping 30 unduplicated homeless and at-risk of homeless households in Glendale to attain permanent housing. These households will come to us from our partners from the Glendale Unified School District, the Glendale YWCA, Essentia, and others. I'd like to highlight that since the pandemic caused so many hardships in March of 2020, Family Promise remained open and supportive as we housed nearly 200 of our community's homeless population through various of our programs. June 30th may sound like a regular date to you and I. However, the reality is that June 30th is the day that many of our Glendale residents are frightful of, as that is the date that the rental moratorium is scheduled to be lifted. We will likely see many of our neighbors served with an eviction notice due to being behind on rent. For many, if not all of our residents, are all behind on rent due to the pandemic caused by COVID-19. Many of these households will be homeless, and homelessness impacts everyone: African Americans, Latinos, Armenians, gays, straight, and others. People have lost their jobs, people have lost their income, people have lost their savings, and people are now dealing with the fear of what's next. Where will they end up? No one likes not having control of their lives. Listen, I know our nation is starting to open its doors again, but for many, it's simply too late. And I ask you, the CDBG committee, to consider partnering with us so that Glendale can be prepared for the aftermath of COVID and the expiration of the rental moratorium. These funds that I'm here seeking will be made available for those that become homeless due to the rental moratorium being lifted. If funded, Family Promise intends to leverage these funds to help our homeless population by providing the funds as a security deposit. For many homeless that are trying to transition back into housing, one of the biggest barriers is not having enough funds for security deposit. Many households end up exhausting all of their income on motel rooms or for gasoline for the cars that they're sleeping in. This program here today that I'm requesting funds for will remove that financial burden and expedite the move-in process. Once Family Promise is able to secure an apartment unit for these households, we will utilize the funds for security deposits so that the household is able to move into the apartment without any financial barriers as mentioned. However, Family Promise won't stop there. We will utilize our case managers and our programs to provide the households with the additional supportive services needed to be stable. And this includes job development support, financial literacy classes, and life skill workshops. We're not seeking your support or your financial support for these additional supportive services. Rather, this is our commitment to you and our investment into the households that we won't let them slip through the cracks and fall back into homelessness. If not funded at 100% of our request, we will have to modify the number of households that we serve. Thank you for your consideration and for volunteering your time to serve on this committee.
Thank you. Questions?
I can go first as always.
Sure.
Looking at the security deposits, the dollars that you're requesting, are these apartments in Glendale or elsewhere or anywhere?
Yep, committee member Avedisian, the number that I'm requesting is based off of apartments here in Glendale.
In Glendale?
Correct.
Well, that's very low. What I'm trying to say, it's very low from my understanding and knowing that
Committee member
numbers,
Avedisian.
rents are so high, the $1,600 normally deposits is equals to the rent of 1 month's rent, whatnot.
Yes, the
So-
security deposits that we're requesting actually are $3,200, which is $1,600 per month versus last month.
Right.
But I do want to bring to your attention, Family Promise is a reputable organization in our community, over 10 years of experience. We've cultivated great relationships with property managers from Jenkins Property to Cusimano Property to Delray Properties. There's so many landlords that now are coming to us seeking our
Opening up.
support
Right.
and telling us when they have an opening. So I think this might go to a question that Chair Armenian will be presenting later. What we've learned in the last 15 months is that we've educated these landlords. They are doing their best to be able to bring in these residents that are dealing with these kind of issues. So the $3,200 is exactly what we feel in our hearts that our property managers and our network of landlords will be able to provide based off of
That is
current households that we've housed.
That's awesome. That's great because that, I was doubtful at the numbers that now that I know that you have that accurate connection with the landlords, which is great. That's been the case for a long time, trying to get landlords involved.
Yeah.
For a very long time in accepting, understanding and accepting this process. That's it. So this is going to be basically all new clients, new process, everything. It's not piggy banking what you already have doing. You're doing already. These are just continuous. So the completely new clients.
This will be
right?
completely new clients based off of July 1st and the eviction being lifted.
Alrighty.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Garibian?
The number of individuals you mentioned with this dollar amount, which is about 1,600, do I remember it correctly? Is that for how long when you give them permanent housing when you mention? What's the price? Is it a lease term? Is it monthly? Do you have a record? How long do they stay there? Do you have a timeline how long they stay or how long does it work for when you house the individuals?
Of course. Committee Member Garbian, the $3,200 per household will support the security deposit. We will leverage programs that we already are currently implementing to help maintain these families into housing. Since 2017, we've been proud partners of the City of Glendale. 100% of our families that have moved into housing have remained housed. Those statistics are very reliable. Many of these families that have transitioned into permanent housing are now on our staff and are not paying it forward. So we do have that data, and we anticipate and leveraging our own resources to be able to make sure that these families maintain housing even after the security deposit is provided.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Other questions? Since you read my mind and answered my first question, let me ask one kind of question B on that front, which is security deposits are obviously meant, as a way to provide some safety net for a landlord should certain things happen to their property. So do you experience that you lose security deposits as a result of, behavior that might incur costs on the landlord?
Yes, Chair Armenian, that's a great question. The security deposits are definitely a way to show our investment in the unit and our investment in the families as well. We don't quote unquote dump these families into the units. We actually really work with these landlords and remind them that our staff is meeting with their tenants, our clients, on a weekly basis, providing them the support that they need. So in our 5 or 6 years in partnership with this city, we've not had any issues with landlords. In most cases, we communicate on a monthly basis with landlords to help them and really prevent anything from blowing up out of proportion. So that's the best that I can provide to you.
Okay. And then my second question is, since you obviously work in a very important area for our city in terms of working with this population of people who need a helping hand, have you noticed any trends as a result of COVID, specifically in this area? Obviously, we've always had this issue even before COVID, but have you noticed any trends as a result of COVID?
Yeah, Family Promise of the Verdigos is the lead agency here in Glendale for homeless families. Any family with children are referred to us directly so that we can outsource or provide them the services that we need. We maintain a pretty max capacity wait list. I will tell you a couple things. We've seen a high response or need for domestic violence victims coming into our shelter. We'll work closely with the YWCA. If they don't have space, we'll bring them into our shelter. Second thing is, of course, rental assistance. Many people are behind thousands and thousands of dollars. We've partnered with the LA County and the state of California to bring dollars here to Glendale to provide up to $10,000 for these residents. So we know a lot of people are behind on rent. But the true issue that's going to be facing us is mental health issues. A lot of people are sad, people are depressed, people are anxious, people are having a hard time, and we need to be there to support them, whether it is a case manager who can sit with them and just remind them that that there is going to be a light at the end of the tunnel. There might be a left or a right, but you'll see that light. I think it's mostly mental health issues that we're seeing out there right now, and I'm very thankful for my board of directors, but more importantly, my staff who are dealing with the families like this. And providing support that they need right now. So I would say those are my top 3 things that our organization is experiencing out in our community.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I know your organization does great work in our community. We really appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next agency, please.
The next agency is Glendale College Foundation for the Fresh Success and Employment and Training Response to COVID-19 program.
Chairman Armenian, members of the CDBG Advisory Committee, thank you so much for considering the Fresh Success Employment and Training Response to COVID-19 program as part of the CDBG CV3 requests. As you undoubtedly know, COVID-19 has had a profound impact on unemployment and food security. And while the unemployment data has been trending in the right direction, we do know from recent labor data from the state of California that in the city of Glendale, it's still about 10.7% as of April. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've also seen that in LA County, utilization of CalFresh, the food and nutrition program, has increased by over 25%. And it's been a lifeline to those who've been impacted by unemployment as a result of COVID-19. As we respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, we must also consider the long-term impacts that the pandemic has had on the labor market. We know that not all jobs are going to be returning. We also know that during the pandemic, some were afforded the opportunities or additional opportunities because of the skills that they had. So responding to this pandemic necessitates that our labor force is equipped with the skills and competencies to be successfully employed and to gain employment that would allow them to feed their families and support their families and themselves. The Fresh Success CalFresh Employment and Training Program has the Glendale Community College is designed specifically to respond to the pandemic and the shifts in the labor force market as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Fresh Success program launched at Glendale Community College in early 2021 after receiving approval from the California Department of Social Services and the USDA as well. The program incorporates the educational component of employment and training programs, which means that we focus in on providing basic skills, language acquisition, and vocational, career, and technical education to individuals in the program. When it was launched, which was earlier this year, we received 450 applications from members of the community to join the program. Given staffing and budgetary constraints, however, we initially limited that enrollment to 100 individuals. Of the 100, 100% are CalFresh recipients, which means they're all low income, and 80% were residents of Glendale. Individuals in the program are required to be in basic skills, ESL, and vocational education courses in order to be working towards a certificate so they can attain employment immediately after the program. And they have to, through our assessment that we go with them, we need to determine that they're actually interested in employment immediately after they complete the program. We also provide a set of wraparound services. This includes counseling and case management. Each of the participants in the program goes through 8 case management sessions over the course of the year. They attend multiple career development workshops, and we've partnered with Babson College, which provides one of the top financial literacy programs, to bring their financial literacy program to the members in this program as well. And then what we do is we provide the wraparound services needed to be able to sustain them in the program. This includes financial supports and supports for some of the costs of participating in the program. All of the participants get tuition waivers. We provide participants with regular hygiene and feminine hygiene supplies they may need, book vouchers based on need and specifically for courses that meet the requirements of the program, emergency food kits, emergency rental assistance through support from the City of Glendale, and that is limited to residents of Glendale, emergency financial grants, and then when the college does reopen, which we anticipate will happen more fully in 2022, early 2022, bus passes and gas cards to make sure they're able to get there. With the funding, we would be able to expand the program to meet the demand of the pandemic. We anticipate that with the additional funding, we'd be able to expand to at least 200 individuals, but as many as 250 individuals. And they will all continue to be 100% low income, and we anticipate being about 80% residents of Glendale. Glendale College overall is highly experienced in this area of providing employment and training. We've been doing it for decades through our CalWorks employment and training program, and even prior to that. And the district offers the courses and certificates necessary to be able to give individuals the opportunity to attain employment after they complete the program. And then we've also put the necessary partnerships in place on the county, state, and federal level as well for this particular program. As a society, as we think about responding to the pandemic, we really have to think about how do we go just beyond regular employment, but employment that allows people the opportunity to feed their families, to support their basic needs. And this is what this particular program is specifically targeting. And usually these type of programs are really expensive to operate, any sort of employment and training program. One of the ways that we're able to do it at a cost-effective method is through our partnerships and through leveraging the local, state, and federal funding. For instance, if the CDBG Advisory Committee decides to invest in this program, USDA will end up matching at 44% for the cost of the program because it is an official employment and training program under CalFresh. So the funds and investment will even go further through this program. And thank you for your consideration. I'll open up to any questions you all may have as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, my mask kept falling.
Start with your question of what's the minimum that you could accept and still run a decent program?
So I was looking at the budget. I think it depends on what we're trying to do and how many individuals we're trying to serve. Certainly one item in the budget, well, it's combined currently tuition waivers and book vouchers at $27,500. About $14,000 of that serves to provide tuition waivers to 2 programs that are not currently supported by the state of California, phlebotomy and medical billing. That would be something that if we were to reduce that, we would not be able to serve the individuals who are interested in that particular program, but we have other vocational and technical educational programs that we'd be able to do. Beyond that, I do believe that it begins to affect the quality of the program, and I can talk about some of the data that we've seen in terms of results. But book vouchers, that's certainly something that we're already leveraging through state funding, but there are individuals who don't qualify for that. So my worry is reducing that might lead to some people not being able to complete the program. But I have been actively fundraising as well for the program and have had private donations come in from members of the community as well.
Okay, so,
And so I would say probably at the 14,000 minus the initial request, or at most in terms of additional reductions were necessary, 27,500 after the initial, minus the initial
14
request.
to 27 less than total request of 98.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you, what's the final? What is the final instead of 98,220 then?
Well, so he's saying the proposal is for 98, and he's saying minimum, if we had to go down, would be a range of 14 to 27 less than 98.
Okay. I just wanted to comment on something because I think that training, that's, you know, their initial statement here to improve job prospects and reduce dependency on public benefits is amazing. It is one of a community college's mission. One of the main missions is economic development for our community, economic development overall for the state of California, where we get the funding. And this particular proposal is only 9%. Everything else is going to be leveraged. I think that we get tremendous benefits for our own Glendale community from this requested amount of funding. And I think it's a great nexus to go from basic food, pantry type of, you know, giving away to just the other side of it, which is let me show you how to fish so that you can now go fish for yourself. And at this kind of 9% leverage, it's just amazing. I'm definitely all for it.
Okay. And I had continuing my questions on I know the potential for less that you just outlined, if we had to go less, would come from this line item, but on tuition waivers or book vouchers, or for example, you know, you have bus passes and gas cards, but I know you're, I think, covering that from other sources. But the question still remains, how do you control, just like I asked the previous folks, how do you control those sorts of things, such as vouchers and bus passes, from a financial governance perspective?
So a couple different things. For instance, the hygiene and clothing actually is Target gift cards. We require receipts to be turned in after the fact.
Okay.
And we have someone who actually goes through the receipts. And the reason for that is we have to submit a report to the USDA to be able to get that 44% match, and they want it extremely itemized.
Right.
With the bus passes and gas cards, we actually calculate when the campus reopens, where they live, and what it would cost for them to come to campus and provide a gas card that can only be used for gas, or they would have to submit receipts after the fact.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Other questions?
I have a couple of questions.
Mr. Avedisian?
One, the coordinator, is that a new hire?
Yeah, so in order to be able to expand the program, we would need one additional temporary staff member. And I know, so that would be a new individual to be brought onto the program. In terms of how do we ensure, I think one of some of your other questions with some of the other participants were like in terms of would they continue past the first year? I do believe that a lot of the students are going to be members of this program for more than 1 year. And we think that the USDA match that's going to come into this program within about 6 to 12 months after the expenditures start moving forward is going to fund for that second year to continue with both the staff member and also some of the other supportive services in the program.
So this is an annual cost, not a temporary or just a program-based cost, right? The
70,000.
70,000.
Yes, it's
Annual
a
salary.
estimated annual, it would be an independent contractor, so there wouldn't be benefits.
I see.
This
Okay.
particular position.
Okay, one other question. I mean, first of all, I tell you this, your report and the outlines, what you have put in, it really is so detailed. And
Yeah.
I really appreciate it because it really made it so much easier to understand and, it's pretty clear. The only thing that either I'm not understanding it correctly, and the numbers that serve, you are mentioning that you have 100 individuals that you're already serving, and you want to double that,
Yeah.
correct? And then you say the number of the unduplicated persons to serve is 200. So are you doubling up that 100 to this 200, or this 200 would be additional new, so that will be 300 people that you're serving in the total program?
Great question. It would be at the minimum 100 additional people, but I anticipate that number could be as much as 150 additional people. So the final unduplicated number would be between 200 and 250 total.
Okay. All righty. Okay, I think I'm good. I mean, I know the program, I know the college, I know what you guys do. I know who's running it, so I know the program is in a good hand.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members?
Chair Armenian?
Yes,
Join the,
yes, Mr. Caribbean.
so in the end of the day, I just want to, I mean, obviously last time we went over this detail, I'm familiar with it and I read the whole thing, but just to understand that this particular funding request, we're covering almost, you're requesting for training purposes, not necessarily funding directly to the consumer, but train the staff to be able to implement the program. Am I understanding that correctly?
No, so the employment and training component is directly to the members of the community. The staff would already be trained and equipped with the knowledge to operate the program. The training that the program provides is specifically to those 200 minimum participants in the program. The training, case management, and wraparound services as well.
New students.
I see.
Yeah,
From
it
the
could,
98,000 requesting, 70,000 that goes towards the staff, that includes the training and the staff to double the program pretty much. Am I understanding that correctly?
yes, because what the staff would allow us to do is then begin to leverage the other sources of funding, which are non-competitive, to be able to put that towards this program as well. And so I think the other question was, are they new students? So I didn't touch on this, but we are working with LA County Department of Public Social Services to make referrals directly to our program. So we get individuals from them, but we also recruit ourselves, whether it's as new students or existing students that might be interested in an employment and training program and also qualify.
Okay.
Great, Ms.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Ms. Alexanian, you had something?
Yes, Chair Armenian, if I may just clarify, on the minimum request from the agency, from what I understood Chair Armenian saying, so the minimum you're willing to take is the 71,220, right? Because that would be 27,000 less than the 98,000 that you're requesting?
Yeah, 70,720 is what would allow us to really double that program. It would reduce some of the other services that we provide, but there are opportunities to be able to look for funding from other sources as well, including private donations.
So 7720?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question as a follow-up to that.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Yeah, thank you. Because the program would seek a 44.44% funding or matching from USDA. Is that reduction also then going to affect your funding, your matching funds?
Yeah, so it would be equally reduced by, so 27,500 and then 44% matching would also be reduced there. So the USDA would reduce that accordingly. Unless we're
Yeah.
able to find, USD allows us to put in any non-federal funds or CDBG funds for purposes of this program.
Yeah, and I think what you were saying is that you would seek private donations to make up for any shortfall.
Yeah.
In order to also preserve the other funding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what we're currently doing, as well as
Yep.
outreaching to corporations as well.
Yep. Okay.
Thank
With no
you.
other questions, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next agency, please. Next agency is Glendale.
So
Youth
next
Alliance.
agency is the Glendale Youth Alliance, presenting, sorry.
It's helping you.
Presenting GYA COVID-19 Relief Program in the amount of $80,860. Good afternoon. My name is Karina Gregorian with the Glendale Youth Alliance. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today. As you know, Glendale Youth Alliance has been around for almost 30 years. We've been providing comprehensive youth employment and training programs to low-income disadvantaged youth, ages 14 to 24 usually. We currently operate 6 programs, serve 400 to 500 youth annually, and each of the youth in our program get intense case management, they get training, paid jobs, as well as supportive services to get on the right path to succeed in the workforce. Through the years, as the needs of our community changes, we try to adapt and secure funding to meet those needs. So a few years back, we were seeing a lot more homeless youth walking through our doors, so we were able to secure homeless funds to provide motel vouchers, as well as rent subsidies for the homeless youth in our community. And today we're here to ask for your support in providing supportive services to youth to get back into the workforce and to succeed in their employment goals. We're asking for $80,860 to pay for 75% of a staff salary, coordinator salary, to work closely with minimum of 50 youth and ages 18 to 25, but majority of those youth would be between the ages of 18 and 21. So as they come to our agency, we will help them identify what their goals are for employment. If they're seeking and they qualify for one of our grants, we'll enroll them in our grants. If they need hotel vouchers, we will, and their homeless youth will provide hotel vouchers. We've also become a vendor with the state of California, and we're now providing emergency rental assistance for families that are behind on rent. So, and based on their individual needs, we'll provide supportive services for them. So we are asking for funding for the case manager to serve at least a minimum of 50 youth, and also to provide gas cards, work attire, utility payments if they're behind on utilities, as well as life skills training courses to get them back into jobs and to succeed in the workforce.
Great. Thank you. Questions?
Sure do. The 50 individuals
Yes.
are brand new, just coming in the door.
Yes, it would be 50 older youth that are impacted by COVID. So
And how do you determine they're impacted by COVID?
They would either have to be laid off, and we would request some kind of layoff notice or unemployment insurance. They were receiving unemployment during the period between March of last year to present.
Okay, well, you are already running this very similar program, correct? It's just now you're just dividing it to 2 portions. One, the ones that are coming in the door, it could be anyone that says, COVID related, basically, lost my job because of COVID.
Right.
Or
This would allow us to focus on the individuals that are impacted by COVID and provide additional supportive services, which we currently do not have funding for.
Okay. Mention here in your budget form, First of all, the staff, the coordinator, you're asking for the funding, is that a new coordinator, new member, or existing, you're just dividing jobs?
We would want someone who's more experienced, so an existing staff member, but we would have to probably backfill or bring in an assistant to support some of their duties currently.
So it'll be a new one?
The staff that would be working with the clients now would be an experienced existing staff.
Existing?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the supportive services?
Mainly gas cards, utility payments, other supportive services, work attire. Based on their individual need, we would identify what supportive services they need. And of course, we would reach out to the community first to see if we would be able to leverage and use other resources within the community. If there are none available, then we would pay for the supportive services.
Does this mean sporting service? Does it mean like clothing, things like that, or?
Yes, it could be work attire, clothing for work, or gas cards, or if they're behind on their utilities, we would support with utilities as well.
Okay, because you're asking the gas card separately, utilities separately, then you're also asking for other supportive services. It's not a big dollar amount, it's $5,000, but still, I just want to understand it correctly. The supportive services to the individuals, it's above and beyond the gas cards and their utility bills if need to be. It's got, it's something else that they will need that is not in the project.
Needs are, yes. We would identify those, document it, and provide the supportive services.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just,
Mr. Gordian.
I mean, the program obviously we're very much detailed, but just question, during this COVID period, how were you able to serve those young individuals?
Well, we were able to offer employment opportunity. It was very challenging. Let me start off by saying that because our staff was working remotely and a lot of work sites were closed, we had to come up and develop a whole new virtual enrollment process. We're working with 14, 15, 16, up to 24-year-olds. So we're sending forms, receiving them back. There was missing documents, so it was constant back and forth. And once they're enrolled in the program, then it's about finding an appropriate work site. And a lot of the traditional opportunities were no longer available. So it was very challenging, but we got very creative. Staff did an amazing job, and we were able to serve a significant number of youth this year. And youth with extreme barriers. We're talking about youth with disabilities, youth with, all kinds of barriers to employment. It was very challenging, but we were able to,
The reason I ask is I know
make
because you
it
guys
work.
dealing with teenagers and younger individuals, and it's extremely challenging with the stay away and the COVID, be able to manage them and control them and be able to hold on to them and not to lose them. And just wanted to hear that you guys did a great job. So kudos, fantastic. Good job.
Great. And other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Before, Chair Armenia?
Yes.
Before we go to the agency, just want to clarify, 1:30 is our deadline, including the deliberation and funding
Yes.
recommendation?
Yes.
So that gives an hour to go through 2 more agencies, plus do the other stuff?
We have 2 more agencies ahead of us.
Thank you.
Yep. And we can push it to 2 or no? I know staff has to go at 2 to prep for 2:30.
2 o'clock.
Okay, so if we had to push it, we could go as far as 2, is the answer to your question, Mr. Garibian. But hopefully we can get through this by 1:30. Okay, next agency, please.
Next agency is Salvation Army of Glendale, presenting People's Choice Market Food Pantry in the amount of $50,000.
Hi, good afternoon. CDBG Advisory Board members and City of Glendale personnel. My name is Marlene Galvez. I'm the Business Administration for the Salvation Army Glendale Burbank Corps. We thank you in advance for the opportunity to present our project proposal. The Salvation Army Glendale Burbank Core Community Center seeks funding through City of Glendale fiscal year 2019-2020, CDBG Grant Round 3, Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act to provide partial support to the Salvation Army People's Choice Market, a community food pantry in existence for 36 years, that throughout the years has helped families with groceries. Nowadays, the People's Choice Market serves Glendale and another 56 zip codes. When coronavirus hit, those with the most need became even more vulnerable, and food insecurity plagued more victims. The People's Choice Market has been committed to meeting the food insecurity during the coronavirus pandemic. The project aligns directly with CDBG Round 3 by providing supplies necessary to carry out public services related to the effects of the pandemic and enabling resilience to the effects of coronavirus. If we receive the amount requested, we anticipate assisting 700 unduplicated families, from which 40% will be elderly, 65 years or older. Our goal is 80% will be from extremely to moderate incomes. And again, the 40% consider elderly, 65 years or older. With this money, we plan to purchase non-perishable palletized food from wholesalers. We're talking about dry food, dried rice, dried beans, oatmeal, canned vegetables, and soups. Also, part of the funds will help us partially pay for current one full-time person and one part-time person. Our families can visit the food pantry once a month and receive non-perishable food along with any other available produce donated that day. We have very strong partnership with local markets like Trader Joe's, Vons, Ralph's, Big Lots, and we go around every day collecting this food, which is then distributed in our food pantry. We are requesting $50,000, like I mentioned, and that is only 13% of the total budget of our program. We are currently on a similar grant with City of Glendale, concluding on June 30th. And just to give you a little bit of perspective, we anticipated to help 1,000 people within the year, and we actually serve over 1,700 people in a year. So the need for food is still out there. The Salvation Army Food Pantry is able to help families that are really struggling. You know, when people lost their jobs, we were there to provide food. This allows families to have a little peace of mind so they don't have to worry about food. They could focus on other areas of their concern, like securing employment. Not worrying about spending money on food is one less thing that they have to worry about. We've been around for over 36 years. People know when they think about the Salvation Army that there's a food pantry where they could come and get food. So with that, I could answer any questions that you might have.
I appreciate it, and I know that we were not, or you graciously volunteered to forego funding in our regular CDBG funding round, so appreciate that you've come back to apply for additional funds.
Yes, thank you.
So what I wanted to understand is off your budget sheet that really this is you're asking for funds for your personnel and
partial
and for food.
Yes. Yes.
And the rest, there are other expenses associated, which is what you are covering yourselves.
Yes.
Questions?
Okay. I guess I'll go again. So you mentioned the personnel, that staff that you're, those are the existing, right? Is that
Yes, it's
the existing, they're just gonna go do
Correct.
this project, okay? The food pantry is that, okay, well, $215,000. So you're only asking us to give you 13% of the food pantry? No, 7%.
No, 13.
No,
Well, 13
7%
total.
of food pantry, 13% of
Correct.
entire budget, which is
Correct.
about $375,000.
Correct.
And on top of that, you're still agreeing to even go to a minimum of $35,000, which you've already done every year graciously, as the chair mentioned, and I appreciate that. This is very helpful. We thank you. I don't have any questions. Your application is clear, very nice. I like the applications that comes in without no weaknesses.
Thank you.
It's just, especially organizations that have been getting funding for many years, they should already know, or pretty much, that shouldn't be any weaknesses in their application. this
Thank
time.
you.
Anyways, thank you. Good luck.
Other questions? Mr.
No, I'm
Garvey?
just quickly, no, again, we're familiar with your work and we've been to your site many times. And same thing, I know COVID has a major effect on you guys and the way you helped and serviced your immediate individuals you've been helping. Thank you so much. I appreciate your job.
Thank you. I hope that once everything goes back to normal, the committee could visit the food pantry. I know that that's something that you guys have done in the past.
Yes.
It does look a little bit different than it did the last time that the committee was there. But nonetheless, it will be good so you get an idea of, what entails, the shopping carts full of food that people take.
Yeah.
It would be nice if you guys
Look
get to see
forward
it.
to visiting. Thank you very much for
Thank you
your
very
work.
much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Last but not least,
Last but not least.
appreciate your patience.
Problem. Thank you.
Okay, next is YWCA of Glendale and Pasadena for the Glendale Strong Families Network Program.
All right, thank you all so much for inviting me here today to talk to you a little bit about our proposed project, the Glendale Strong Family Network. So a few months ago, as a trusted partner in this community, the YWCA Glendale was approached by the Glendale Unified School District, wondering what can we do to help their families who are impacted by COVID, some of their vulnerable families. And so I was invited to their parent advisory group, and I presented this model, the Strengthening Families model, because it's an evidence-based model that really focuses on protective factors. So I think oftentimes when we think about vulnerable families, we're thinking about all of the challenges they have, and we're not thinking about the resiliency that these families have. I think that these are some of the most resilient people that we see in our communities, and oftentimes we don't have the resources to really promote those protective factors, because we're oftentimes dealing with them when they come into crisis, right? And so the Strengthening Families program, through the Glendale Strong Family Network, what we're hoping to do is really to develop a model program in Glendale that strengthens our families, that takes the protective factors and provide them the support that they need to increase those protective factors so that we can reach them before they get into crisis. So before they become victims of domestic violence, before they become homeless, before they become jobless, we're able to already work with these communities of parents to provide them the resources when as they're trying to reopen and get back due to COVID. And so this program is a partnership with Glendale Unified School District, in which we will be leveraging YWCA Glendale and our model of providing case management and support groups. And so ultimately, the goals, we have 4 goals. Number 1, we want to make sure that we're communicating and partnering with Glendale Unified School District, finding out who are these parents, who are the families that we can support. We also want to be able to provide case management wraparound support. So leveraging our current case management program that we provide, which is only for victims of domestic violence, this actually allows us to serve any family impacted by COVID, not just families who are victims of domestic violence and impacted by COVID. So we'll be taking that model to provide additional support through our food pantry, through our clothing closet, and other basic needs and support. The other thing that is essential to this project is the parent cafes. These parent cafes are weekly support groups, which we take a evidence-based curriculum for 12 to 14 weeks, and we invite parents and their children to any site, to our site, to a school site, in which a trained facilitator is there to work with them and provide them with support. So they're able to connect with each other, they are able to share resources, and we're able to then identify any issues that they may have at that time. And so we're really looking forward to developing this new program that will allow us to bring more of the work that we do to other community members outside of victims of domestic violence. They will include families who are impacted by domestic violence will be included in this project as well. But we know that if we're able to frame this as a parenting program, we're going to get more people, as a positive parenting program, we're going to get more people who are going to be willing to want to participate in this program versus framing it as a domestic violence program. So that's our ultimate goal, is really to expand our services and the work that we do to parents and families in Glendale Unified School District that need our support and help. And I believe we are looking to, we'll be leveraging our current staff, but one staff member we will be adding is a clinical case manager in order for us to provide those additional case management support to the families that come through the Glendale Strong Family Network. And then the rest of the funding is directly to support the support group and the incentives that we plan to provide to the families that participate, and also food that we will be feeding them during that session as well.
Sorry, just to clarify, food is not an allowed cost per HUD guidelines, so that would have to be omitted from the budget.
Okay. And then that's something we will still provide with other funding sources.
But food pantry is allowed.
Food pantry is a different story.
Yeah, and we do have a food pantry that will be leveraging that as well. So families who need immediate food to take home with them, they'll be able to utilize that as well.
As opposed to food
during
the
the programming, yes.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, it's 11,200 for the food that we're going to be taking off?
Correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we're on board. I have a quick question. So I understand the program, generally speaking. What I am not connecting, and maybe you can speak to this a little bit more. Yeah, you have some places where you mention it, but talk to me a little bit more about the tie back to COVID and how you're addressing things caused by COVID, or as opposed to just a general program.
Absolutely.
Because this program, you could probably look at it and say, this is generally a good program, but we have to, for these funds, tie it back to COVID.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think the number one thing that we're looking to address is the lack of isolation that these families experience. It's more the emotional and emotional stress and the emotional stress of having to also have your children home with you. So it's really focused on that piece of it, and providing them a safe place where we can then learn what are the additional barriers that they've also experienced because of COVID. And so, for example, a similar case would be a woman who has lost her job, and so now she's struggling. So we're not going to provide the actual assistance in helping her get the job, but she has been impacted, so she's going to come to our program to get other support. And so we're really reaching those people that have been impacted by COVID, either through loss of job, and any type of anything related to COVID, if they actually got COVID and had to deal with that and have issues around that, anything with not being housed or unhoused, and also people experiencing domestic violence. And so it would be in that realm that we would be providing that holistic support.
So that's kind of part of your intake process.
Exactly.
Is to assess that COVID impact.
Absolutely.
Okay. Other questions? Mr.
Two
Avedisian?
quick questions. Your numbers of the serving, I think the question was asked, and I think I went back and forth. I really was confused. One is 60 or 80?
60. We think that because we'll be launching a new program, we'll be able to provide 2 of these 12-week groups, and so we believe we can reach 60 total. Our goal is hopefully to reach more. There will probably be more families that may come in not supporting the actual group, so it's a really hard to tell. So ultimately, we think we want to see 60 families complete this 12-week parent program. That's our goal, so that's the number we want to use, but we anticipate we'll be providing additional services that are not part of that parenting program. So ultimately, we want to serve 60 families total through this program.
Okay, I think one other question I think I should have asked from beginning from many. The staff cost, like a staff member that is going to be serving this particular program for 25% of their time, correct? But then again, you're asking, is the number that you're asking for the CDBG, from the CDBG, like 18,000, does that reflect that 25%?
Yes, that's 25% of our clinical.
I didn't calculate it, I'm just asking.
Yeah, exactly. So our clinical director, who's an existing staff person, we would allocate 25% of her time to oversee this program. So 25% of her time would actually be in the development and implementation of this program. And then the clinical case manager would be 100% dedicated to this program. So they'd be solely dedicated to the outreach and working with these families, providing the wraparound services. The child care associate is only to provide child care during those support group classes. So that's 25% of their time would be during those actual strong family classes that we're providing through this program, would be that person's time. And then the clinical group leaders will be 100%, because they will only be coming in to provide the clinical for that group. And then, and then if we were to say, for example, if we had to cut our budget, we probably would take the most important piece, I think, that both GUSD and YWCA is really the parent cafes, which we think are we're going to be very popular and needed from parents of wanting to actually go through an actual structured parent program. As we know, a lot of our parents have been referred to Department of Social Services during COVID. We're seeing an increase in that, and they have to take parenting classes. So some folks may be mandated to this group. And so we think that that's the most important piece. And so we would not provide the case management services and just really focus on the actual Strong Family Parent Cafe program if we had to reduce our budget.
Okay.
Can you specify a little bit more? What would that actually mean in terms of dollars?
It would basically mean that we would eliminate the clinical case manager position, which is at $62,000.
Okay, and may I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
An additional question?
Yes.
Okay, I was trying to, because most of this is preventive, building strong families. Is there a way to measure success? How do what if we take away the clinical case manager, are we taking away another, I know a piece that will come back to haunt us? I'm just trying to find out what the risks are and how to measure success for each of these.
Absolutely. So the strong, So the reason why I would take away the clinical case manager is that any family who comes to the parenting cafe, right, and they're in this parent cafe to address their emotional and support that they need related to COVID-19, whether they lost their job or any of those things that impacted by COVID. When they're in these groups, sometimes we find out there are other issues that are presenting, right? These are all the same barriers that most vulnerable families faced before COVID, right? We just know that they have increased because of COVID. So what we would do is we would be able to refer them to other organizations that exist if we don't have a case manager. If we had a case manager, the beauty of it is that this parent can get all of what they need in one place. They can then be referred to our case manager, who can then help them with their housing, can help them with legal services, can help them advocate through public benefits, any of those things that they would need. That person would be able to do that. If we didn't have that position, we can still do that, but we would do it in a indirect way, where we would refer them to organizations that can do that for them on their behalf. So it's really just a model, and of course my preference is to provide that wraparound support so we don't have to send people from one door to the next door to the next door. But we will be able to do a warm referral, which is not just here's a number to call. We would actually call somebody and say, hey, this is the person we have, can you assist them, before we refer them out. And so it's really just an approach, a different approach to take. I think the unique thing in this project, the Strong Family Project, is because it is evidence-based, the actual curriculum that we're implementing, we'll be able to evaluate the outcomes of that curriculum using their evaluation approach. And so we have actually funding for a program evaluator in here specifically for that, because we do believe that we have to be able to measure the outcomes. We have to be able to see how these families' lives improved from when the moment they came in to when the moment they left the program. Do they feel more supported? Do they feel better emotionally? Are they able to better parent their children? And so those are the things we'll be measuring through this program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of
Chair
the
Armenian,
agencies.
I may have missed
Yes.
it, but just to confirm, was there a minimum that we asked the Y?
There was no minimum, but she said that $11,000, $11,200, which is the food portion
is
that is not
less.
allowable. that we
Right,
took
so
it
the
out.
total request will be reduced by that 11,200,
That's
but,
pretty
okay,
much it.
just wanted to.
Or the way that she mentioned, I think, if I understood it correctly, said that clinical case manager, they can avoid that by passing it on to the other organizations if need to be. If they don't have that staff member, then they can warm whatever says, referring out to other organizations.
That's correct. That's what I heard, for a total of another 62,540.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll adjust their request to be 152,802 and
Correct.
reduce their minimum request by another 62,540. Just, okay, we'll
Yep.
update the spreadsheet, so when you're ready to deliberate, we have the right numbers.
Anyway, just, may I,
Yes, Mr.
when we
Gordian.
do, here,
Go ahead, Mr. Gordian.
normally when we do these adjustments, I don't mean this particular one. Being so detailed on it, I don't know if it works out properly, because obviously in the funding that they have, it's requests that they have include staff time and so on and so forth. And so if you're taking a certain portion of the requested project away, you have to really calculate everything else that goes with it. So I don't know if does that make sense? I mean, the rest of the balance we have is not just for them for the food. Somebody has to pass the food out, right?
Well, may I say, in this particular case, when we were talking about separating the two major pieces of their request, one being the parent cafe, which includes, some of the percentages of several other things, even the respite for parents, childcare during the time they're at meetings, all that is built in. And then when they learn that they need to be referred to another individual, to an actual case manager, from her presentation, I understood that it was either an in-house case manager or referred out of house case manager. And that's why I think she could identify the 540 and just remove that. So you're absolutely right, Mr. Garibian, that, when you're looking at particular budgets and other programs, that's very true. In this case, I think she had that separated pretty well.
As a figure of, once we get into these details, taking numbers in and out, we have to consider everything else.
Yeah.
In general speaking, so it's a fine line to walk on. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes. Okay, so at this point, we're at the point of making recommendations. My question to everyone is, do we need a break, or should we
We take
go
a
forward with it?
very quick short break.
Chair Armenian, I
No?
just
Yes.
wanted to make a statement that earlier during the meeting, a second half of the meeting, I forwarded to the committee members the 2 financial statements for ACF, the 2018 and the 2019 financial statements. I just wanted to point that out if you guys needed to take a break to review them. The agency was not able to provide a write-up, but they did send a text to staff that I could read you the text should you want, but they asked if they could have 2 days to provide the information in writing, as they were not able to confirm it with their accountant. But we do have a text where, again, Chair Armenian, if you'd like me to read it, I can, from their perspective, an explanation but they don't have anything in writing from their accountant.
Yeah, I think for the record, we should read it.
Sure.
And then I personally would need 5 minutes just to look through this.
Sure, I'll read it into the record, and then maybe you guys could take a break. The 8 million is only estate mortgages. We have equity against these for around $40 million. May I contact them and make this statement? If they want documents, we can provide them in 48 hours.
Could you repeat that one more time?
Sure. The full text reads, "Hi, Tamar. The 8 million are only real estate mortgages. We have equity against these for around $40 million. Tamar, maybe I contact them and make this statement. If they want documents, we can provide them in 48 hours." And that is from Jack Jabarian. So basically, my understanding from the text is that they're saying there's 8 million liability for real estate mortgages, but that there's also equity that they're estimating worth $40 million in equity. And then they're asking if they can contact you to make a statement. So if you'd like for them to call, we could send a text message and ask them to call you.
That those amounts are beyond just Glendale Youth Center, if that's what we're zeroing in on.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Chair Armenian.
I said those amounts seem to me that they go beyond the specific piece of real estate as it pertains to Glendale Youth Center, which is where they run this program from. It seems like that's the broader ACF portfolio. I mean, 40 million in equity. But again, I'd have to look at the financial statement. Maybe there's something in the financial statement that you emailed that might clarify it.
Chair Armenian, I can't be 100% sure, but I believe the financial statements might be the larger ACF as well, not specific to the Glendale chapter alone. But you guys could take a look and
I think that's what I'm seeing also. It's the larger picture.
I'm sorry, if I understood it right, they're saying the 8 million that is reported as liability, that's all in real estate liabilities?
yes, I think Committee Member Haribin, I believe that's what he is stating, that the 8 million is real estate liability. Yes.
Right, so the asset that they stated does not include real estate, I assume?
You're talking about it in the analysis.
In the analysis that was submitted, right.
Yeah.
I think it might be best if you take a look at the financial statements during break, and maybe during deliberation or before deliberation, we could come back to it, because I mean, I do want to make another statement that the ratio analysis from when it was originally submitted with the original proposal, staff did question the unrestricted net assets number. So the agency revised the ratio analysis when they submitted the ratio analysis. So what we put as part of the presentation is the revised number as part of the strengths and weakness analysis from when we originally evaluated the proposal. I think there might be a mistake in that ratio analysis, but it wasn't signed by the accountant, the revision. So that's why we think there was a mistake in the ratio analysis. Like I said, if you want to take a look at the financial statements, we as staff could tell you what we think the unrestricted net assets are based on the financial statements. But again, because we're not accountants, we don't want to state this for the agency. So I'm happy to give you a recalculation based on our knowledge, but I don't want to state it on behalf of the agency. So if you want to take a look at the financial statements, we could maybe further discuss. And if you'd like to allow the agency to call in, we're happy to also allow them to call in as part of your discussion. So
I think we're good with that. We
Yeah,
don't need to
we're
call.
cutting it close in terms of timing, but I think going back to where this conversation started from, Mr. Garibian was pointing out that on the debt ratio, the 8 million, he felt probably included real estate debt, a mortgage debt, whereas on the assets, it doesn't show this 40 million in equity that you were stating off of the text, I believe, right?
That's correct. Thank you so much for clarifying. That was my original statement. That does not include, so the ratio numbers are not correct.
On the, specifically on the defensive interval. Because that's
Right.
where the assets would show up. Because right now, it just shows liquid assets. Well, it shows liquid assets of, and I don't know if the word liquid means something specific, but it shows about 1.5 million liquid. Obviously, they're saying 40 million in equity, and I don't know what they mean by that, whether it's real estate equity or other equity.
I can't, Chair Armenian, I can't speak to where the $40 million comes from. I'm thinking maybe it's the value of all their assets, like their buildings that they own. Maybe that's the current value
That's
that
what
they're
I'm guessing.
estimating. But I also don't see that number on the financial statements when I'm looking at it.
It doesn't seem like
So
it's Glendale Youth Center. I mean, 40 million is a pretty large number.
Yeah, so again,
May
you guys
I
are welcome.
say,
Yes,
Well,
Ms.
national-
Quinones Gabrielian.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to agree with Mr. Garibian. And if you look at the basic balance sheets, you can't really tell whether, what the equity amount is, because sometimes the value of the building as it is valued right now or assessed is not normally shown. And they're already taking away years of accumulated depreciation. So I agree that there's something wrong with that, and they're probably in a much better position than the 4.75 debt ratio is telling us. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say, Teresa, you emailed us?
Yeah.
Yes, I emailed the committee members just the copies of the two financial statements.
It's, and you were on the email, it's at ronnie@garibiangroup.com. The email was sent just a little while ago.
I'm happy to resend it if you didn't receive it.
Could you please?
It was sent at
somehow-
11:48 a.m.
11:48. Okay. Well, my time is in a different time.
Our time, I don't know what time zone you're in. Okay, I would like to propose a 5-minute break if we can.
I'm sorry to interrupt yet again. I did just get an email right now from ACF. If you'd like me to read that into the record, I
Yeah,
can.
let's go ahead and do that.
Dear Maggie, in regards to today's interview questions about ACF liability, the ACF accountant explained that the amount under ACF total liabilities belongs to all ACF chapters and not only ACF Glendale chapter. If you prefer to have the financial statement only for ACF Glendale chapter, please give us a couple of days to submit that documentation. If you have any other questions, please contact ACF accountant, and then they give the information to the accounting.
So I think I understood from that is the 8 million and the 40 million that we just discussed is for ACF overall, not just ACF Glendale.
That's correct.
Oh, so you could have 0 for ACF. Yeah.
Okay. I would like to, yes, go ahead, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Oh, I already did. I just said, uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't have the right information.
Okay.
Okay,
So
well,
I would like to suggest.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to suggest a 5-minute break. It's 1:05. If we can come back at 1:10, and then we'll deliberate, and hopefully we can get this done on time. Thank you. It's all Ronnie's fault. Usually
We're back.
it's his fault.
We're back.
I tried to be the quiet guy today.
We're
We're back. We're
Okay.
live.
Okay, so let's get started now with our deliberations around the funding recommendations. In the past, we've done this with a live spreadsheet. Is that how we want to do it again?
Yes, I will share it momentarily.
Oh, she already has her spreadsheet ready.
Yes. As well.
Except it's not the Mr. Garibian special spreadsheet, which has columns for each committee member.
I'm
You
happy
have-
to do
you have
so
that
if you'd like
version?
me to add them.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to add them
Yes.
as we go through it? Okay, great. Does anyone want?
I
Well, let
don't
me
think
start.
we
Let me
have-
start with the following. Let me just say any broad comments anyone wants to make, and then we'll dive into. We'll just go around the table, and everyone can put in their proposed amounts, and then will try and kind of come to a normalization if there are any major differences. Does that sound good? So if there's any broad comments anyone wants to make at this point, let's do that.
I was just going to say, sounds good. And to me, we don't have that big a challenge. We are very blessed with a good amount of funding.
True. If you go with the minimums,
Yeah, although the minimums shifted a little bit as we were having all these conversations, so we have to factor that in because the minimums that are reflected on the original sheet that staff provided have changed a little bit on a few of them. So let's just keep that in mind as we go through this.
Can I please see staff's Excel spreadsheet up there again? That
Yeah,
might be
they're
helpful
working on
with the
something.
new minimums.
They're
Yeah,
working
sorry,
on
Okay.
something. Just
we're
give 'em a minute.
updating it at the moment. We'll put it up.
Okay,
shortly.
thank you.
How come I don't see that?
We haven't put the spreadsheet up yet.
Oh,
They're working on something on the spreadsheet. Just give them 1 minute.
the original were short.
Original was short 190,000 off the amount requested, 78,000 short if you looked at the minimum requested. But again, the minimum requested amounts on a few of them changed based upon our conversation. So that one's off a little bit.
Chair, Armenian members of the advisory committee, are you ready? Okay. I was going to ask for a bit of clarification on Glendale College Foundation. Staff is trying to recall, when the gentleman came up to present, he had stated 14,000, that they could go down between 14,000 and 27,000.
Yep.
So I think at the end, was it 27,000?
Well,
Okay.
that was on the high end. So he gave a range.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
So the range was between 14 and 27.
yeah. Which, again, if you recall the conversation, it was they would seek other sources to make that up because that also has another downstream impact of further reduction based on matching amounts from federal, from USDA, he said. Okay, does everyone see the spreadsheet for those who are remote?
I'm gonna turn my camera off so I can put my face on it. It's a small monitor I'm looking at.
Sure. Well, all we're seeing at this point, just so you're aware of what's being projected as well as what's on GTV6 for the public to view, is the spreadsheet at this moment,
Okay.
primarily.
Chair
The small
Armenian,
screen
we,
version.
Chair, Armenian members of the committee, we did go through and compile our notes from the presentations, but we would like for you to take a look at it one more time as you go through the agencies to make sure we captured what was said. So any of the agencies that had a reduction in the funding request because, let's say, like for example, the YWCA who had to revise their request down by the 11,000 because it was ineligible for the food cost, we reduced the request by that amount. So we made those adjustments already in both the funding request and also in the minimum funding that the agency is able to accept. So if you have different notes from what staff has put up on the screen, we would be happy to discuss that as part of your deliberation. So please do verify those numbers to make sure it matches your notes.
Well, and I think as we go through this and just put down everyone's numbers, we can,
At the bottom.
sorry, go ahead, Mr. Garibian.
I was just wondering if you can scroll up just a little bit. The bottom section is cut off for me. Oh, went too far. Just a tad higher. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. So what I was saying is as we can get all the numbers in by committee member, and then we can also, I think, to Ms. Alexanian's point, make sure they'd made some adjustments in the minimum funding side of the column, as well as, I think, on the requested funding based on disallowed amounts, correct?
Correct. So as it stands, based on the minimum request from each of the agencies, it looks like we're about $100,000
Above.
over.
Deficit, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in other words, we have to adjust to find another 101,000 approximately.
Actually, no, we have 100,000 to spend. We have 982,000.
Oh, and the minimums.
We have a surplus, yes.
Yeah. That's just based on the minimums.
Minimum,
But on the overall request, we're 152 over in terms of available funds. So does anyone want to go first in terms of amounts? Mr. Ghazarian, you've been quiet, Mr. Ghazarian, this whole time. You want to go first? We don't hear from, do you hear us?
Before you go, I want to make sure. So right now, the right column is the minimum funding agencies asked for, which were 100,000 below our available funds. And on the left side is their original request, which were 152,000 over the asking. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, just want to it correctly. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Does Mr. Ghazarian, I was deferring to you since you haven't spoken much during this meeting. So do you want to go first, or should I go to someone else?
I can go first.
Okay, go ahead.
I would go Armenian Bar Association 75. AGBU 93,537. ARS 180,000. Catholic Charity 100,131.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, is that 131,000 or is it 100,000?
That's the, I'm sorry, that's the Campbell Center, 100,131.
Thank you.
Catholic Charity, 131,060. Door of Hope, 50,000. Family Promise, 117,250. Glendale College Foundation, 98,220. Glendale Youth Alliance, 50,000. Salvation Army, 35,000. YWCA 152,802.
Okay. Ms. Gabrielian, do you want to go next?
No, I'm sorry. Let me adjust some figures.
Okay.
I can go next.
Thank
Go ahead,
you,
Mr.
thank you.
Mr. Garibian, go ahead.
I'm not gonna go necessarily in order, so bear with me, whoever entering. Iris, are you entering? Sorry if I
I am
give you a hard
entering.
time. Okay, I'm gonna go with the Armenian Bar Association to 95,000. The Campbell Center, the entire 100,131. The Salvation Army, I'm gonna give them the 50,000. That leaves me with 42,000, I think, still funds, which I would like to give 20,000 to Glendale Youth Center, so that makes it 70,000 for Glendale Youth Center.
I apologize. Could you repeat the amount? And that's for the Glendale Youth
70.
Alliance?
70 for Glendale Center. 70. Here we go. I think that leaves me with 22,000 shortage, and the 22,000. I'm gonna put the 22,000 to YWCA, so make that 9262 plus 22,000. That makes it 111,262. Did I do this right? Oh, of course, the rest remaining the same as they requested, the funding is that they request.
I'm sorry, did you say the requested
The
funding?
51,686.
Which one are you referring to?
The rest of the blank spots, just copy whatever minimum funding agency requested.
Got it. Okay, so minimum funding for all the rest.
Right. Am I still over or short by 17,000?
You're
Surplus.
over. I mean, you're
surplus?
under. You still have another 17,890 to distribute.
Okay. I'm gonna add that to the charities, please. So add 17,890 to Catholic charities. So that makes it, I don't have a calculator, 131 plus 148, 149 change, I think.
148,950.
Right. 951.
It's the 50 cents, Iris, that's causing that.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. Okay, so it is
You still have a dollar.
950
50, yeah.
or 49.50? Is that what it is?
148,950. Try that.
I think it's 49.50. There.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Interesting.
Oh, because of the 50 cents above.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
Can we just can you move 50 cents over one way or another, just to keep it easier?
As part of the, maybe as part of the final
Yeah.
allocation, if we could try to stay away from cents, that would be wonderful.
Right.
I don't know where did that 50 cents came from.
Well, AGBU minimum has 50 cents in it, that's why.
Okay.
So if you take 50 cents off of something and add it to the other, one direction or another.
Okay. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Chair Armenian, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just a quick question. We're not taking any more phone calls, correct? I just want to verify that we're, okay, thank you.
We don't have time, we're running out of time. Are you okay, Mr. Garibian, if we just move 50 cents from either AGB or Catholic in one way or another?
Sure, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
I just followed the initial numbers, absolutely.
Okay, let's
either
take
way.
50 cents off of AGBU and just move it to Catholic. There we go. Okay. Who wants to go next? Either Ms. Quinones Gabrielian or Mr. Avedisian?
Ladies first.
Okay, thank you. And I do just want to let me just get really close here because I think you switched AGBU and ACF, right? I think I have my numbers the other way around.
Alphabetically,
Yes,
yeah.
You mean in
Okay,
terms of compared to the summary
Yeah,
sheet?
compared
Yes.
to the sheet that we
Yeah.
got. Okay.
You're right.
So then I'll try to remember that. So I have Armenian Bar Association, 75,000. I have the Armenian Cultural Foundation at 38,000. Oh, wait, excuse me, 38. I actually, let's try 48, please.
Based on what?
Yeah, but their
48.
proposal is 38.
Their proposal is 38, I know. But that would only give them one of those lecturer, for a few weeks. And I was thinking of giving them an additional one. Well, let's try 38 then. Let's go back to 38 and see if I have
Well,
10,000.
just to clarify, I just want to clarify that point. I thought in the interview, because of the A and B plan stuff, that the actual complete proposal is 38,000, is it not?
That is how we understood it as well, because the remote.
Oh, it is.
Because remote learning is
Okay.
now off the table.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. No, I realize that. But even in their Plan B, they cut out 2 lecturers in order to get down to 38. So that's okay. I'm going to stick with their numbers. 38.
Okay.
And the Armenian General Benevolent Union is a strange number, 62,219. The Armenian Relief Society, 180. The Campbell Center, 100,131. They're full funding. Catholic Charities, 131.60. The Door of Hope, 50. Family Promise of the Verdugos, their full amount, 117,250. Glendale College Foundation, also the full amount, 98,220. And let me come back to GYA. The Salvation Army, 50,000, their full amount. The YWC, well, let me see, where am I now?
You have Glendale Youth Alliance and YWCA left.
And I'm at 901, right? So I
You're
have
at- Yeah, you still have
181.
181,120 to spend.
Correct.
Allocate, sorry.
Yes, thank you. So GYA, they're 50,000. And 131,020 to the YWCA.
Oh,
And you
Okay.
I'm
still
sorry,
have
did you mean 131, 120?
131, yes, I'm sorry, correct. Thank you.
Okay.
right. Okay, let's start once. Salvation Army, let's put 50,000. I'm gonna give them full because they've always been generous and willing to cut to help everyone else. Door of Hope, 50. Catholic Charities, their minimum 130, 160.
160 or 60?
60.
Okay.
What they have their
Yeah.
minimum. 180.
Which one?
ARS. 75 Armenian Bar. So you got 480. YWCA, let's go with their minimum 90 to 62. Youth Alliance, 50.
Right.
600. Family Promise, 117, 250. Campbell Center, they're full, 100, 131. Give me 1 second. I think I miss myself. Okay, AGBU. Sorry, 1 second. Let's give AGBU their full amount, 103, 375. And the balance, we got 100 left, 98,000, Glenda Foundation, 98,220. Okay, who am I missing? 131, 131, 37. You know what? Okay, let me adjust a couple things here. 90. Okay, please change the YWCA to their full amount, 152, 802.
Now you're over by 24,000.
I'm over by 24,000. Okay, that's easy to change, I think. 103. Okay, if we adjust Campbell Center to 93, please. 17,000 and 17,000. 3.
Committee Member Avedisian, for Campbell Center, their minimum request was 93,131. Would you like to add that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, 103. So I'm over 17,000, right?
Yes, 17,838.
Yes. Okay, then let's change the AGBU to 85,537.
I'm sorry, did you say
85,537. Zero, of course. I did not understand their program. I did not, it was very confusing, very.
Okay, my turn?
Chairman Zanku, can I make one change
Sure,
for mine?
sure.
I would like to, let's see. I would like to request, this is something I forgot, that the Campbell Center changed the number to 93,131 as their minimum during the presentation, I think.
Correct. Because we
correct.
asked,
So-
they didn't have a minimum, we
Yes.
asked them for it, that's what they
Yes.
gave.
So I'd like to change it to 93,131, which is, you know, what they, and I'm going to add it to the Glendale YWCA for my recommendation of 131,120.
Oh, I'm sorry, you mean add the 7,000 to your original recommendation?
Yeah, so it'd be 137.
I'm sorry, no, wait. My recommendation was to give the Campbell 100,131, but they changed it, they lowered it by 10,000 to 90. Oh, I'm sorry, it was 7,000. Okay, whatever that 7,000 is, add it to the YWCA.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
that brings it to 138.
Thank you. 128, right?
138, 120.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so let me go through mine, and if it doesn't, math doesn't work out perfectly, we'll adjust some things. So, Armenian Bar Association at 75. AGBU at 68. ARS at 180.
Sorry.
Campbell at 100. Catholic at 150. Door of Hope at 48. Family Promise at 117. GCC at 85. Youth Alliance at 70. Salvation at 50. And YWCA at 140. Okay. See if we have any that we all agree on, or I think there's Door of Hope. No, that's off by 2.
Salvation Army.
ARS, we all seem to agree at 180.
ARS, Salvation Army, almost.
Salvation, there's one difference.
Yeah, one difference.
So is everyone okay if we have 100% agreement, let's go ahead and put that amount in as I recommended?
Yes.
Okay, so ARS, let's put in 180. I think that's the only one.
Nothing else.
Salvation Army.
No, yeah, well,
Oh, no.
we're,
I'm sorry.
yeah, we're one different, and so is the.
Same with Door
the
of
Door
Hope.
of Hope.
Well, I'd be willing to change mine, Door of Hope, to come up to 50, and I'll have to find it from somewhere else, obviously. Since 4 people agree on 50, let's go ahead and put 50.
Also, yeah, recommended.
Thank you.
Julie Family Promise, I think we were all, or almost,
Are we all the same on Family Promise?
almost, just 250 on your,
Oh,
you had 250.
or do we want to just make it an even number, make it easier, so we get rid of the random
could.
amounts, just come to 117?
That's their initial
Yeah.
request.
It's their budget. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like get away from all the random numbers.
It's part
But
of their
I'm fine
minimum.
with coming up with 250, you're just gonna have to
If
find
you
it
want,
somewhere.
Iris, you can reduce the program part of it because you already have the names.
Yeah.
So you have all the lines there.
Good point. Thank you. Let's put 117, 250 down, I guess, unless you guys are, want to change it to whole numbers.
You could do that.
Thank you, Iris, that helps. What about Salvation?
Mr. Ghazarian is 35, everybody else is 50. Mr. Ghazarian, are you
Okay
okay?
to go 35.
Say that again?
I'm okay to go to 50 like everyone else.
Okay, so let's put 50 down for Salvation Army. The other one that's kind of close is we have 4 people, 4 members who on the Armenian Bar Association are at 75. Mr. Gharibian, you're at 95. Are you okay going down to 75? Or do you want to hold off?
Yeah, let's hold off a little bit.
Okay. What about Youth Alliance? We have 3 at 50,000, 2 at 70,000. We could meet in the middle at 60.
I'm okay to go 60. But
I'm okay.
All right. So, Miss,
I'm okay.
okay. Miss Anita Quinones Gabrielian? Are you okay going up on Youth Alliance to 60?
I said, yes, we're gonna have to see where it's gonna come from.
Oh, we have to
So,
pay for it.
Yeah, we have to pay for it, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's bank
What- So
account.
let's do this, Iris, so that we, for future discussion, if you could just put a highlight on the 60, on the recommended, just so we know that we're gonna have to come back to that one probably. Okay. Which other ones do we want to tackle? We've got a range. We've got 3 people at the minimum on Catholic Charities, 2
No.
people that are higher.
Campbell Center should be easy fix.
Yeah, they're both kind of, in both Catholic and Campbell, we've got basically kind of a range. We've got 3 out of 5 committee members on one amount.
I'm okay with the Campbell Center if we go up to their original 100, 131.
Okay.
Mr. Gharibian has to change also.
Yeah, so it's kind of another highlighted.
Oh,
So,
Mr. Gabrielian.
yeah.
For
I'm,
Campbell.
I'm fine going up to Campbell Center. Yes. We have to just highlight it because I guess everybody's highlighting it, right?
Somewhat, yeah.
I mean, whoever is increasing their original.
All right, what about Catholic Charities? We've got 3 people at the minimum. 2 of us are higher. I'm willing to come down to the minimum.
Gharibian?
I'm willing to go up somewhat as well. If you want, we could, split the
Go the other
difference
direction.
or.
Maybe go to 140?
Let's make it 140. I'm okay.
Okay, let's make,
Yes,
so let's make
140.
Catholic Charities 140.
Across the board?
No, just under recommended.
Okay.
Yeah, put 140 down for Catholic Charities under recommended.
Sorry, would you like me to highlight it?
Sure. What about Bar Association? Do we want to tackle that one?
Leave that for now. Let's move to AGBU.
AGBU.
Oh, AGBU is all over the
85,
place. That's why I was recommending
93.
Bar Association.
Well, each one of us is different on AGBU.
Let's see.
What-
They said they would be willing to take half. How much do you have in there for half?
It's 51.
I'm willing to go down to 51, 687.50 from my 62, 219. So I don't know if that's at least one of us coming down to their what they would take.
Yeah.
Oh, but everybody else is above that. Oh, one person's at what they would take already. Oh, no, that's me. Okay, I'll leave it to your discussion then.
Oh, that's two of us. It's me and you.
Oh, okay, good, thank you. Let's see. Oh,
Yeah.
that's, okay.
Are others willing to come down on the AGBU?
I can go 80,000.
I could, but I will throw off everything.
Mr. Ghazarian is saying he could come down to 80, you said, right?
Yes.
Please change Mr. Ghazarian's to 80,000 and change Ms. Gabrielian's to 51,600.
Doesn't make sense unless, why are we changing this?
I know, but
Just to
let's
reflect
change
what they're saying for the moment. So change Ms. Gabrielian's AGBU to the minimum, which is 51,687. I look like mine is like in the middle.
5. I can come down. Then again, I can come down on the AGBU and go up on youth allowance to the 60.
So what amount would you come down to?
Yeah,
on
it come
AGBU?
down to 80, I guess. Is that the fair number? Youth allowance to 60? That makes any sense? To come, at least to go to the highlighted number.
I apologize, I didn't
60.
follow.
Sorry.
64, which agency?
Youth allowance. Allowance. So we got,
Well, let's talk about the trying to equalize across, as opposed to changing the individuals at this point.
Yes.
So we've got 2 people at 80,000 with AGBU, 2 people at the minimum, and I'm kind of in the middle somewhere at 68.
So,
if everybody goes to 68 on the AGBU, we'll have to come down a little bit, and 2 have to come down, 2 have to go up.
It's just the average amount and see what the closest will be.
On the AGBU.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
On AGBU, can you average out the line?
Sure. 66,274.90.
Oh, 90 cents. Okay.
I recommend do 70,000 even.
70?
Yeah.
Well, we could do that.
Just do the last line.
Yeah, so let me ask the question of the others. Would everyone agree to come together on 70 for AGBU?
I'm okay.
Mr. Garibian?
Well, depending.
That would all depend
Yes or
on
no?
what happens to the. So I'm okay for now, but as
Yeah,
long
we're gonna
as-
have to make it all work eventually.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's others that we
Yeah,
have to-
well, I second Mr. Garibian. We'll have to see.
Okay, well, let's put 70, let's put,
5,000, 20,000.
Iris put 70,000 down for now, just to move us forward, and then we'll obviously come back to these, because we'll have to see where we net out on all of them together. Okay, want to look at College Foundation? We've got 3 at 98, which is the full amount. And we've got 2 other amounts. No, 3 other amounts.
Average college average is about 90,000 or 91.
Yeah.
I'm okay to go to college to 91 to make that average number. Everybody's okay?
Not really. I'm not. I see the big difference that I see is that every dollar we give up now, we're also giving up, 44 cents for next year because it's built in. It's, it's, not only is the college leveraging it, but the USDA is going to give us back 44 cents for every dollar we invest on top of the benefits the program is building. So it's a harder one for me to give up dollars on, just based on the fact that it's a good benefit for the community, plus it's another 44 cents that we're earning on top of it.
I
for
agree
next
with
year.
you, but the only the difference between that is the 91,000. It's $7,000. If we average, if that's the average number, if we go to the 91, I understand that 44% that the USD is giving back or matching, actually not giving back but matching.
Yeah, matching, it comes in the next year, that's all. It's, it's built into that budget. That, you know what, it is what it is. So 91, is that?
90, the
98,
average is
98.
the average is 90.
9076.
90,076, but let's just talk in whole
Okay.
numbers.
All right, let's do 91 then, thank you. Okay.
Well, the average is $90,076, so if we're gonna go whole, it would be 90,000.
Oh, you're not willing to do that much of a jump, huh? $90,000. Okay.
Let's just put it in there and highlight it for now.
Maybe we can readjust it back again.
Yeah, we're gonna have to adjust this anyway.
I like college.
Okay. What about,
YMCA
yeah, or bar?
or the bar.
YW, oh, the bar.
We can average out bar to 80.
Average is 139. Oh, sorry, which one are you looking at? I was
The
looking at
bar.
your YWCA. sorry.
Bar is 79. The average is 79.
The
Well,
only,
the difference there is we have 4 people going for 75,000.
yeah,
So it's the, I hate to start averaging everything, but I just want to,
And Ron is timing out, so we need to come up with some solution. We're
okay.
past 2
what time
o'clock.
is-
Let's
210,
let's
okay.
put 75,000 down for now, since it's 4 people on 75, and then, like I said, we're gonna have to adjust all these. And then let's jump to YWCA. That one seems to be all over the place. We've got 2 at the max, at the full request, at 152,802. And then the other 3 are
139.
Come up with 140.
Or 139 to go to the average, we use the average, or 140. I'm okay with that.
140.
Okay.
Let's put 140 down for now. Okay, then we've got ACF.
What is it left? Is that $10,000?
10,619.
10,619.
Okay, I'm okay to go with that number, 10,619.
Well, let's put that into ACF for the moment. Hold on, let's just put that amount in, because there's nowhere else to put it right now unless we go to 0. Let's just put.
To
that-
zero out the,
Yeah, now let's talk about the different amounts.
any suggestions? I'm okay the way I see it.
I am not.
I'm not okay with the final.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's not get worked up about it. We said we were gonna talk about it, so
let's see.
let's go one person at a time. Committee member Garibian, why don't you go? And then Quinones Gabrielian.
Still want to drop the YWCA. I think I want to use that funds other location. They wanted minimum, the maximum 150. I don't see a reason why I can't settle at the 120 and use that 20,000 somewhere else.
Where would you use it?
Well, for now, if we change that 140 to 120, and then I can put the other. That's one. It's one sample. Can you utilize? I'm okay with the 60. College fund, we funded them, I think, last time around pretty, but they wanted 70, 98. I don't know why we can't just give them 80. And as far as family promise of Verdugo, that's straight out. Dora Folk, straight out. Catholic Charities, I think that's a fair middle ground of where it's 8,000 less than what originally I asked for, which is fine with that. The Campbell Center, 100% funding is fine. Armenian Relief Society, we're good there, but Armenian Culture Foundation, 2 of us have put in, and so we're 20,000 short there, 28,000. So the 20,000 I took away, WCA can't go there. And as far as the Bar Association goes, thing. So we have room on to the ACF and the Bar Association. But I can leave the college fund as long as I have the ACF get some funding versus 0.
And how much were you proposing to reduce YWCA?
The 20,000, so it can go to ACF.
So 120 total?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which is 30,000 more than their minimum requirement. But they still get more than their minimum.
Okay. Ms. Quinones Gabrielian?
The discussion is starting with what we have right now, right? What we just all finished. We're talking about the last column, correct?
Correct.
Whether or not to change that last column.
Correct.
I I actually would like to respect all of our conversation, all of our averaging, everybody's input, and almost just say, I agree with you and I support it completely. The one area that I'm a little bit concerned about is ACF. The Armenian Cultural Foundation's program was going to be going after people who have maybe they just need that little push, that additional education to feel comfortable about the vaccine and let it and help us, this is just a sand, in the waters, right? The sand there, our little sand and contribution to the overall California or greater LA community so that we can get to herd immunity. And that I thought was very important. So I'm willing to say that I will accept a reduction somewhere. I just don't know where, to come up with a little bit more for that effort to get us vaccinated.
Is
That's all I have to say.
there an amount that you're looking at for ACF that you're saying?
Well, I think their minimum is 38, right? And so we had one, two,
Well,
three
no,
of
no,
us. The majority of us wanted to go to their minimum, but
Well, the actual request, just to clarify, the requested funding is 38. The minimum, it says 38 on here, but it's not, I guess, a minimum. It's either.
There's nothing in writing in anywhere. This number, they just came up while we were talking during the interview. They really don't have a number, and their presentation in the package, what they presented, it's completely changed from what the original RFP or original application was, and what right now what they were talking about. So it's, to me, it's I don't know, even that 38,000, the minimum or whatever it is, it's even accurate number. It could be much higher, it could be nothing, because they're really programmed. They're saying they want to give a lecture, and I don't think any lecture is going to cost $38,000.
Well,
to
no,
give
no.
3 or 4
I think
lectures
there's
to public, and sending
Hold on, one at a time. Let him
and
finish, and
sending
then I'll give
emails
everyone.
or flyers out to residents in Glendale, $38,000, and having 2 or 3 lectures, which is our doctors or local physicians in the membership or throughout the city that will come in and do it voluntarily. I don't think there is a 38,000 or whatever number it is. It's even accurate number. That's why it's, or else, the organization is an organization that has been in the city for many, many, many years, their presence and everything else, but we all know that. But then again, their programming being fair to everybody else, then we're opening a can of worms that next year somebody's going to give us an RFP, is going to give us an application for some other program, and they're going to come down, and during the interviews, they see that one doesn't fit or one doesn't work out, so let's change it right on the spot and give a different number and request from us to give them funding. And we have to remember this can happen and has happened before.
Okay, let's give others, because we're running out of time. So Ms.
Just a
Quinones,
real-
Gabrielian, and then Mr.
Yeah,
Gurabian.
really quickly, this is Plan B, and it was, I think that he referred to it. They asked us to fund 51% of a program coordinator for $18,000, 50% of an assistant program coordinator for 10, that's 28, and then one of the lecturers, it would pay for $9,000 for one of the lecturers, and then he said it did not include transportation costs. So, I mean, I don't think that I can't say that he pulled it out of thin air. It was, it's like they were cutting down on their lecturers and,
Right,
but
so if I could ask Ms. Quinones Gabrielian, if I think where you're heading is if you wanted that to be more than the 10,619, then it has to come from somewhere. Is there something you're
I
proposing?
know.
Chair Armenian, just to clarify, I think Committee Member Quinones Gabrielian, the agency had submitted a revised budget as part of the response to strength and weakness that the staff had sent. And so that revised budget was inclusive of both programs, Plan A and Plan B together. So during the meeting, and I'm not sure if that was clear, but during the meeting, that was what was asked of the gentleman that was presenting. We asked, how much of the revised budget would you need to run Plan B, which was the program that they were proposing? And he said it was 38,000. He didn't have a breakdown of what the 38 would go towards, but he did clarify that the Plan B program would be 38,000, which I agree with you is probably different from what they had initially submitted as part of their proposed program budget for Plan B. But when they revised it, his response, the budget was totally different, and his response was of the revision that they would only need 38,000.
Okay, so if you still want time to think about it, I was going to move on to Mr. Garibian, and then if...
Yeah, let's move on, because I think, go ahead.
Mr.
Thank you.
Garibian, your comments.
Well, I mean, few things we have to be careful moving forward. I don't think we are in any position to dictate a cost for any agency, for any job. Just because I have, for example, construction experience, I cannot tell an agency, hey, your concrete cost is too high, should be this or that. Or any of us. So Mr. Avedisian, how much does it cost for a lecture and all that stuff? I don't think it's any
I'm
of our
not
business.
dictating anything,
Hold
but I
on.
don't have it on a paper. I don't have
Let's-
anything in
Mr.
writing.
Garibian, let's let Mr.
Allow me
Garibian...
to finish. So I don't think
Go
it
ahead.
is our position to dictate what costs for who. We asked a direct question from agencies, and they answered, and we took their answers, and we're moving forward with that. So I just want to clarify, we don't want to make sure step on anyone's cost breakdown of what it should or should not cost, whether for an architect or engineer or anything like that.
So Mr. Garibian, you in your previous comments had talked about reducing YWCA, but you didn't say where that would go. Do you have an idea of where you want
Well,
to put
that's why I
that?
say reducing YWCA, if I'm sticking to the average, I would like to raise the ACF from 10,000 to 30,619. That was my initial request.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, and that would come from YW, so we would have to go down on YWCA from 140 to 120 to achieve that, correct?
Right. Mr. Gazarian just went from 0 also on ACF to get that average out to 30,000.
619.
Right. So you can fill in Mr. Gazarian's column under the ACF to 20 up, that average up to.
Just work on the last line.
Yeah, we don't have to adjust the individual columns at this point
Just
because
work on the
we're
last
just trying to
line.
find where to go it. So what that would do is, because the 140 is lower than at least two of the members, a little bit higher. 140 was, so 120 would put us lower across the board. 4 of the 5 members had recommended higher on YWCA. Mr. Garibian had suggested 111. So that would be having everyone come down pretty much from where they were on YWCA. So is that where everyone wants to go?
If you want me to make any changes, I will, but I'm just waiting for
Yeah, I
direction.
know. I mean, we have three committee members who are proposing that switch, which is going down from 140 to 120 on YWCA to bring up ACF to 30,619.
So the majority are already
Three of
in
the-
agreement
three
to
of the-
120?
3 of the 5, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, I support that.
Okay.
Fine.
Well, sorry, 2 of the 5 now, 3 of the 5.
Well, I
members.
thought you said the majority was
No,
already.
sorry, I was mistaken. It's 2 of the 5.
Okay,
Mr.
because
Ghazarian, Mr. Goribian.
Can you make it, instead of cutting 20, can you cut 15 and give them 25? And then keep the Y program at 125, right?
Correct.
And then we'll be at least a little bit closer to more of an average.
We can take maybe 5,000 from Glendale College Foundation.
No, I can't. Okay, you know what? Just because of the inherent payback, I would say I agree with you. Go ahead, 120 and then 30 for the ACF. I will support that.
Okay, so there are 3 members now with that. Let's go ahead and make that change. Okay, any comments on this now?
That looks good.
Mr. Avedisian?
I don't know if it looks good, but I don't know.
I'm fine with those numbers.
But, okay, what about minimum Catholic charities?
We have to wrap it up in 5 minutes, 2 minutes.
I'll put a motion to pass it the way it is.
I second.
Mr. Ghazarian seconds. Any discussion? Okay, let's go for a vote.
So just to read this into the
Yeah.
record, so for Armenian Bar Association, 75,000. Armenian General Benevolent Union, 70,000. Armenian Cultural Foundation, 30,619. Armenian Relief Society of Western USA, 180,000. The Campbell Center, 100,131. Catholic Charities of Los Angeles, 140,000. Door of Hope, 50,000. Family Promise of the Verdugos, 117,250. Glendale College Foundation, 90,000. Glendale Youth Alliance, 60,000. Salvation Army, 50,000. And the YWCA of Glendale, 120,000. That is the motion.
Okay, let's record a vote.
Mr. Ghazarian, you want a second?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't see anyone on the screen, so.
Okay, roll call.
Okay. Committee Member Avedisian?
Just for the sake of the committee, yes.
Committee Member Ghazarian?
Over time.
Yes.
Garibian?
Yes.
Quinones Gabrielian?
Yes.
And Chair Armenian?
Yes.
The motion passes. I believe next on the agenda is staff committee comments, if there are any.
In the interest of time, since we're way over, I just want to thank staff in behalf of the entire committee for all the work that went into this. It's also wonderful that we've had this opportunity to provide these funds to these very worthy organizations who do great work in our community and are one of the reasons we've been able to be so resilient in the face of COVID over the last year and a half. So thank you to staff for all your work in making sure we get some funds to our community organizations.
Thank you. May I just have one thing to share very quickly? And I'll give it to staff, but there is a wonderful new study on homelessness in greater Los Angeles area. And I think it's really good, worthy reading for this particular group. So I'll send it to Maggie and hopefully she'll share it to you. And if there's interest, you and some of the clients that we serve, I think would find it very beneficial.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be very interested in seeing that. Appreciate that. Okay, any other comments? Okay.
We have a staff. Can you put up the flyer, please, regarding our community meeting? Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee, and basically information for the public. We are going to go before the City Council and the Housing Authority on Tuesday, June 29th. We invite the committee and the public to attend if they'd like. I believe it'll be between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. The agenda is pending. We are in person, of course. We are also going to have a community meeting, and I think Ms. Alexanian is going to be putting up the flyer. On June 24th, we invite the public to make comments on today's recommendations for the CDBG CV3 funding recommendations for the CARES Act that was made.
And where is that meeting? Is it virtual? Oh,
That's
virtual.
actually going to be virtual, yes.
right.
We are going to continue with virtual because it was scheduled before the state reopened.
Okay, thank you. Any other staff comments? Okay, we're adjourned.
May I, Chair?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.